You're lying in the quiet dark, eyes open, waiting. Not for anything in particular, just waiting for sleep to come without chasing it. You've been here before, that familiar weight behind the jaw, a tightness across the forehead, the way your breath catches when you try to settle into stillness. The room is still. The world outside has settled too. But inside you there's an unspoken insistence. Just let go. And yet, every time you think it, something tenses in reply, like your body remembers effort more than ease. You may have searched for ways to fall asleep fast, or how to fall asleep when your mind won't stop. Perhaps even typed out the fast sleep method into the dark of a browser, hoping some ancient trick would dissolve the wakefulness. That's why you're here now, not because you expect magic, but because something in you has already begun to soften just at the thought of release. This is an old fast sleep relaxation method, one that people who had to sleep almost anywhere in hard conditions were taught to use when time and comfort weren't on their side. Not a miracle, not a secret, just a slow descent, step by step, through the body, letting go where it holds tight. There's no hurry, no pressure to be somewhere else or to arrive faster than you're meant to. The fastest way through this isn't in speed at all. It's in surrendering the effort of wanting sleep to come. Letting your shoulders drop not because you've decided to, but because they can finally remember how heavy they are when left alone. You don't need to fix anything. There is no problem to solve here. This is simply a place to rest, a quiet space where nothing needs to be done. If sleeplessness has been wearing on you for long stretches, it's not a failure of will or lack of discipline. It's more like your body and mind have been running a marathon without knowing the finish line was just this moment. Lying still, letting go. You can begin by simply noticing where you are, how your spine rests against the mattress, how the edge of the sheet presses lightly at your hip. No need to move it. Just let that sensation be what it is, and then gently shift attention to your face. Your forehead has been holding tension all day, not from one moment, but from every small thing. A thought, an exchange, a sound too sharp or too loud. Let the muscles across the brow soften now. Not forced, not strained, just allow them to release into quiet stillness. Imagine warmth spreading through that space, like sunlight melting snow on stone. The skin around your eyes is tight too, maybe from looking at screens, from blinking less than you should, or simply from holding thoughts in place instead of letting them drift away. Let the outer edges of your eye sockets soften. Let the lids grow heavier as if filled with tiny weights. There's no need to close them tighter, just rest them open and feel how they relax without needing to do anything. Your jaw is clenched. You might not even know it until you focus on it, a constant low pressure beneath your ears, like something grinding softly behind the surface. Let that tension unspool slowly. Let the lower jaw drop away from the upper one just slightly. Not open wide, just enough for space to form between teeth, and then nothing at all. The tongue can rest now, not pressing or pushing against anything, soft in the mouth, loose like a folded cloth. Your lips part ever so slightly, not because you're smiling, but because there's no reason to hold them together anymore. They don't need to make words tonight. Don't close them for sleep. Just leave them as they are, still, quiet, at ease. You can let your shoulders drop away from the ears, not down hard or fast, but slowly, like a weight that has been hanging too long finally finding its way back into the bed beneath you. The upper arms follow, loosening their grip on gravity, letting blood flow through them again as if they've just woken up. Your forearms drift downward, fingers uncurling one by one, not in any order but in time with your breath. Each hand is warm now, palms open, wrists soft, and the fingertips feel like they're sinking into the mattress below. They don't need to do anything. They aren't holding on. Let that warmth spread through the arms, down past elbows and toward wrists, every joint letting go of its usual vigilance. Your hands are heavy now, not with effort or burden, but just from being allowed to stay where they are. Nothing to carry. No one waiting for a reply. Just rest. Now bring attention to your chest. Feel how it rises when you breathe in and falls gently on the out-breath, not forced, not deepened. Just let it go with each exhale, like letting air escape from an old balloon that's no longer inflated. There is no need to control the next breath. Just notice what happens naturally. With every long, unhurried release of air, your chest settles deeper into the mattress. And as it does, your body grows a little heavier, a little more still. The weight moves downward through your ribs, through your diaphragm, settling like sand in slow motion beneath you. You don't need to breathe faster or slower. Just let each breath unfold at its own pace. And when the air is gone from your lungs, let it be gone. Let the body respond by sinking a fraction lower into the bed, not because you told it to, but because it can now. Your hips are holding something too, perhaps the memory of standing upright all day, or sitting for hours with no relief. They soften now, loosening at the joints like old hinges given time and space. The thighs feel longer than they did before, heavy and warm, as if filled with liquid heat from within. The calves relax next, not because you want them to, but because they're tired of supporting your weight all day. Let them go slack, letting gravity pull them into the bed beneath. Your feet follow, arches releasing, heels pressing down slightly without pressure, toes curling inward only enough to let go. Each toe is warm now, open like a flower that has been waiting for sunlight, not trying to grip or push back, just feeling what it's like to be free of effort. The soles of your feet press into the surface below, not hard, not light, just present, and then nothing at all. The entire lower body is heavy now, not in a way that hurts or tires you, but in a way that feels natural and right, as though it has found its true resting state after long hours of pretending to be awake. You can feel your whole body sinking into the bed like it's made for this moment, not just lying on top of it, but merging with it, like water soaking into soil, or shadows filling a corner too small to hold them. Now, when you're ready, let the picture behind your eyes go quiet. Not empty in the way that scares people, not nothing at all like absence, but stillness. A soft dark that has no shape, no movement, no story. Just a calm space where thoughts don't need to be followed or answered. When they come, and they will, you can let them pass by like clouds drifting across the sky. No need to stop them, no reason to chase after them. They're not important right now. Let each one drift on like a leaf floating down a stream, and return your awareness to that quiet dark behind closed eyelids. Calm, plain, featureless. Nothing to hold now. Just let it all go heavy. You can rest here for a while, not trying to do anything. Just breathing slowly, letting the body settle into its own rhythm. Your breath is not fast or slow, it's simply there. You don't need to change it. It finds its way on its own when you stop fighting with it. Your breath continues, unhurried, like a slow tide returning to shore. The rhythm has no goal, no destination it needs to reach, no signal to send back. It simply moves in and out, as if your body has remembered how to breathe without thinking about it at all. And when the air comes back in, you don't pull it down with effort. Just let it rise gently into your chest, like a quiet weight settling above the dark stillness below. Now, feel how the warmth spreads through your arms again, this time not from trying to relax them, but because they no longer need to be held up. The skin over your upper arms feels loose now, as if all tension has drained away and left behind only softness. Your forearms hang like folded cloth dropped into still water, no resistance, no effort to keep them steady or ready. Even the joints at your elbows are unclenched, just open spaces where muscles have finally decided not to fight anymore. Your hands rest now on the mattress, fingers spread wide but not stiff, palms flat and warm like stones left out in late afternoon sun. The skin there is sensitive, not sharp, not alert, but aware of contact, of surface, of weightlessness. Not pressing down, not lifting up, just lying where they are, held by gravity, supported by the bed. Each fingertip has its own quiet warmth, and none of them feels compelled to do anything at all. They don't need to grip or reach. They're just there. Let your shoulders settle again, deeper than before, not because you told them to, but because they've finally understood that no one is waiting for them to be strong anymore. The space between shoulder and ear opens up like a doorway left unlatched in the middle of winter. No need to guard it now. Just let the weight drop from the top of your neck down through your spine, not falling, just releasing. Like snow collecting on a branch that has stopped holding its shape. You can feel how much your body wants to stay here, not because you've made it so, but because it's finally allowed itself to be still. The shoulders don't need to tense again when the next thought arrives. The jaw doesn't have to clench in response to silence. You're past all of that now. Past the habit of bracing against what hasn't happened yet. Now let your chest open a little more with each exhale, not because you want it to, but because it's tired of holding itself up like a wall between you and peace. The breath doesn't need to be deep or full, just steady. As the air leaves, there's no tightness in your ribs. They don't push inward as if afraid. They let go softly, slowly, as though the muscles inside them have quietly given up their job of guarding you from feeling too much. And when that breath is gone, stay with what comes after, not emptiness, but a kind of quiet fullness. The space between your ribs feels less like an obstacle and more like a room where something can finally rest. Not busy, not loud, just present. You don't need to fill it with anything. It's already complete in its stillness. Now let the legs sink again, this time even deeper than before, as if the bed is learning your shape and adjusting itself around you. The hips are no longer holding onto posture. They've loosened into their natural position, not trying to be upright or alert. They're simply where they belong, relaxed in their sockets, sinking gently with each breath that falls out of you. Your thighs feel heavier than the rest now, like warm iron cooled slowly under a blanket. Not painful, not rigid, just full of weight that doesn't ask anything from you. The muscles are gone quiet. No more effort to keep them upright or ready for movement. They've decided they're done with pretending. The calves let go like old rope left in the rain, softened by time and water. No need to push off, no reason to stand. Just rest. Let your ankles soften at the sides, not locked into position but free to fold inward slightly if that's what their shape wants. The soles of your feet press down only as much as they want, neither hard nor light, just present, like the earth beneath a sleeping animal. And now, let each toe release in its own time, one after another, not all at once, not forced. Let them uncurl from any grip they've been holding for hours, not because you told them to, but because there's no reason to hold on anymore. The arches relax like worn-out springs that have finally stopped resisting. Your feet are no longer working, just resting. The skin is warm where it touches the sheets. You don't need to move them. They're not cold or stiff. They're simply at home. Like a pair of hands left on a table after they've finished their work, untouched and unneeded for anything more. Now, imagine your body as a vessel, not one that needs to hold something important, but one made for receiving rest. You don't need to be useful right now. There's no test, no task, no role to perform. The only purpose you have is to lie here and feel what it's like when nothing has to happen next. And as your breath settles into that quiet rhythm again, slow, unhurried, not fast or shallow, let the idea of time dissolve a little more. Not because you're trying to escape it, but because there's no longer any need to measure how long you've been lying here. The seconds don't matter anymore. You're not racing towards sleep or fleeing from wakefulness. You're just being in this moment, breathing and sinking at the same time. Let your face soften again, not with effort, but as if someone has gently unlatched every small muscle around your mouth and eyes. Your forehead is no longer tight across the brow. It's relaxed like fabric left out after a storm. The space between your eyebrows isn't holding anything now. No tension, no worry, no memory of what happened hours ago. Your lips part just slightly, not to speak, but because they've realized there's nothing urgent to say. You don't need to form words here. No one is listening. There's no response required. Just this quiet, open space between them, like the gap in a door left slightly ajar during sleep. Let your eyes rest behind their lids, not trying to see anything, not following any image that forms. They're simply closed but not shut tight, not fighting the dark. The darkness isn't frightening. It's soft, deep, and familiar. like returning home after walking through streets you no longer recognize. Now, when a thought drifts in, just one, perhaps about tomorrow or something from earlier today, you don't need to stop it. You don't have to chase after it or pull it back. It's only passing through. Let it float by like a paper boat on a slow river, not stopping, not reacting, just watching as it moves away into the stillness behind your eyes. And when nothing comes, stay with that space, calm, plain, featureless. No shape, no sound, no story, just rest, as if all of you has settled so deeply into this moment that even thought can't find a place to land. You don't need to do anything now but let go of effort, of expectation, of wanting anything at all. The body doesn't have to be alert or awake. It's allowed to drift, not because it's failing, but because it's finally found its way back into itself. There is no place you must get to tonight, no deadline, nothing that depends on your attention being sharp. You are exactly where you need to be, lying in bed, breathing softly, sinking deeper with each passing breath. The world outside the window has stopped demanding anything from you. It doesn't care if you're asleep or not. And so, neither do you. Let this moment stay as it is, long enough for your body to forget how to be tense. Long enough for your mind to stop looking for something to latch onto. Long enough for stillness to settle into your bones like a slow, warm tide that never recedes. You don't have to fall asleep tonight. Just rest. Not because you want to, but because your body has finally learned how to let go, and it's doing it now. Your jaw has softened now, not because you've tightened it in the first place, but because you've stopped holding on to the idea of needing to keep it closed. The muscles beneath your ears have uncurled like roots after rain, no longer coiled against an unseen pressure. Your tongue rests where it landed when you last let go, warm and still, not pressing anywhere, not pushing forward or retreating. It's simply there, part of the quiet space behind your teeth, a soft shape without purpose. Let that openness stay, not as effort, but as permission. The kind of freedom found in letting your mouth fall just enough to feel how much lighter it is when nothing has to be said. Your breath continues its slow descent into stillness. No need to guide it. No need to deepen or lengthen it. It's already where it needs to be, long, unhurried, falling like a stone that doesn't mind the depth. Now let your shoulders drop, not with force, but as if they've decided this is the only place they want to go after all this time. They're not fighting their way down. They're simply allowing themselves to sink into the mattress, each one slipping slowly away from the ears like stones releasing in water. The upper arms follow, no longer held up, no longer braced against the weight of what's been carried. Just letting go. The warm sensation spreads, not suddenly but gradually, as if heat is rising from deep inside your chest and filling out your limbs like steam through old pipes. Your forearms relax into their own softness, muscles unknitting without resistance. The wrists become light, no longer holding on to tension, no longer resisting the pull of gravity. And then your hands. Let them be nothing but weight now, not gripping anything, not preparing for anything. Just open palms resting against the bed, fingers splayed gently as if they've forgotten how to close. There's no need to tighten or press. You don't have to make anything happen with them. They're simply lying there, warm, still, and full of nothing at all. The weight of your arms presses into the mattress, not because you want it to, but because it finally feels right to stay that way. The bed is accepting. It doesn't judge how heavy or light you are. It just holds. And you let yourself be held, not by anything external, just by the quiet truth of what happens when your body decides it's safe enough to stop fighting. Now feel how your chest softens with each breath out. You don't need to force it. The air flows from you as if drawn down by something deeper than will. A slow release that doesn't ask for anything in return. As the exhale lengthens, let the ribs fall, not like a collapse, but like a gentle closing of curtains after a long day. No dramatic gesture, just quiet surrender. Your breath is no longer trying to be deep or controlled. It's just breathing, natural, undisturbed by thought, unbothered by time. And with each out-breath, your body settles deeper into the bed like water sinking into sand. There's nothing to hold on to here, not even awareness of being aware. Just this, a quiet release that goes on and on, not because you're doing it, but because your nervous system has finally decided there's no need to stay alert. Now shift your attention down through your torso, through the space just below the ribs. The muscles around your diaphragm are soft now, relaxed into their own shape, no longer tensing against breath or fear. They're simply doing what they do best, expanding and contracting with ease. There's no resistance here, no effort to push air in or pull it out. Let that space beneath your ribs be still, not empty of feeling, but full of a quiet calm, like an underground pool that doesn't ripple even when wind passes above. You don't have to fill it with anything. It already contains everything you need. The simple rhythm of life, the unbroken flow of being. Now, feel how your hips begin to loosen, just slightly at first, as if they've forgotten what stiffness feels like after so long. The pelvis softens into its natural position, no longer holding itself rigid in anticipation of something that never comes. The muscles across your lower back release slowly, one by one, letting go not because you told them to, but because there's no longer any reason to stay tight. Your thighs let them grow heavy, not like lead or stone, but like warm wood left in the sun for hours. There's a deep weight now that doesn't demand anything of you. It just is. And as they settle into the bed, your knees fall slightly apart, just enough to ease any lingering pressure between them. Your calves follow, the tension melting from behind your ankles, flowing down like melted wax. The skin on your shins feels light, not cold, not hot, but simply present. No longer bracing against movement or memory of standing too long. Just here, lying still. And now your feet. Let them be nothing more than warm shapes at the end of your legs. Toes spread gently like roots in soft soil. The soles press into the bed with no urgency, no need to grip anything. They're not trying to push away from something or reach toward a goal. They just rest. There's no place left on you that hasn't been touched by this quiet release. No spot that still remembers how to be tense. You are not some separate entity fighting your body. You've become the body, not as a concept, but as an experience. Heavy, warm, soft, and finally at ease. Now let your mind come back into alignment with what's already happening in the flesh. There's no need to force it. Just notice how still everything is, how quiet behind your eyes. No picture forms when you close them. Not even a flicker of light or shadow. Nothing to follow, nothing to react to. Let that space remain untouched by thought. Let it stay blank, not because you're empty, but because you've stopped looking for meaning in every passing image. You don't need stories now. You don't need explanations or plans or apologies to yourself. If a memory floats up, whether it's a sentence from yesterday, a sound from earlier today, the echo of something said in passing, let it drift through like smoke through an open window. Not stopping, not chasing, not pulling it back with your attention, just letting it pass, letting go again and again. And when no thought appears, stay there. Stay with that space behind your eyes, the one that's not shaped by anything, that holds nothing at all. It's not a void, it's not absence. It's presence without form, a kind of quiet you've never named before because it didn't need to be named. This is the place where effort ends, where trying stops, where doing nothing becomes the most honest thing you can do right now. There's no goal here, no destination, no endpoint in mind. You don't have to fall asleep tonight. You're not supposed to. There's only this: lying still, breathing softly, letting go of everything that doesn't belong here anymore, not even your name. Let the body carry you through each breath, not as an act but as a natural process, like waves returning to shore after moving across miles of ocean floor. They don't rush. They don't hesitate. They just come back again and again. Now, let's move one more time, not with instruction, but with gentle suggestion. Let your body remember how it feels when nothing needs to be held, when every part can simply drop into place without permission. Feel the weight of your limbs now, not as burden, but as belonging, as if you were always meant to be this heavy in your own skin. Let your arms lie where they are, no longer waiting for a task, no longer planning what comes next. Let them just be. The same with your legs, your hips, your torso. And now, let the breath soften even further. Not faster, not slower, but softer. As if each exhale is a sigh that's been held too long, finally released into silence. There's no need to notice it anymore. Just feel how easy it is for air to move in and out when you stop trying to control it. No resistance remains. The fingers are no longer separate from the hands. They're just a soft curve at the end of something that's already given up trying to stay upright. Even the joints don't remember their names. There's only this: warmth pooling in the creases where skin meets muscle, like sunlight seeping into a forgotten corner of a room after hours of stillness. Your shoulders have gone beyond dropping. They've slipped sideways into the mattress, as if the body has finally decided it doesn't need to stand guard anymore. The collarbones are no longer holding tension. They're just two quiet bones beneath skin that's learned how to let go. There's no shape to them now, just a soft dip where light might have caught before, but not today. Light isn't needed here. The chest breathes without intention. It rises only because the body remembers it must rise, and falls back down as if returning from a long walk through open fields. Not effortful, just movement that happens on its own. The ribs don't clamp shut or pull inward. They float just slightly apart, like two halves of an old shell resting after years underwater. The breath doesn't need to be deep, only gentle, only present. The lower back, it's no longer a place where tension lives. It's not arching forward or holding tight. It's simply lying flat against the surface beneath you, as though it has forgotten what standing feels like. There's space between spine and mattress now. not because of padding, but because gravity is finally allowed to do its work without resistance. The vertebrae aren't stacked anymore, they're just there. A quiet column made of stillness. You don't have to feel any part of yourself. You only have to allow each one, each limb, each curve, each hollow to exist as it is. Heavy, warm, unclaimed by thought. No need to make meaning of the heaviness. It isn't a burden. It's not something you're carrying. It's just what happens when nothing else matters. Now let your awareness drift lower toward the hips, not to inspect them, not to fix anything, but simply to notice how they've softened into the bed like clay left out in rain. The pelvis no longer holds a posture. It doesn't remember needing to be straight or proud. There's only this, the bones settling deeper into support, not because of effort, but because there is nowhere else for them to go. The thighs, yes, they're thick with warmth now, not from blood rushing in, but from stillness spreading through muscle that has stopped waiting for a signal. You don't have to move them. They don't need to be ready. The legs are no longer limbs meant for walking. They've become part of the bed itself. Like roots growing into earth, they're just extending downward, not to reach anything, but because there's nothing left to pull back from. The calves, tense in memory only, are now limp folds of flesh that don't even know their own length anymore. They've stopped thinking about lifting or pressing. The ankles are uncurled like hands that have been open too long and never realized they were closed at all. The feet, your feet, aren't trying to push off the ground, not even a little bit. They're not bracing for anything. They're just shapes now, soft outlines pressed into the fabric of sleep. And behind your eyes, the quiet remains. No image forms when you close them, not because you're empty, but because there's nothing left to fill it. Not even silence has shape here anymore. It isn't noiseless. It's not a sound at all. It's the kind of stillness that comes after everything else stops making noise. If a thought arises, a name, a half-remembered phrase, an old worry about what might happen tomorrow, don't pull it back or push it away. Let it appear like mist rising from wet ground in early morning. Not heavy, not urgent, just there for a moment, then drifting off without being seen. It doesn't need to be answered. You don't have to explain it to yourself. You're not responsible for what passes through your mind when you've stopped trying to hold on. Let the body become less of a container and more like an opening, where everything that comes in can pass through without leaving residue. Let each breath be just air passing through, not because you want something from it, but because breathing is no longer a performance. It's just what happens when there's nothing else to do. Now let your awareness move again, not forward, not backward, but across the surface of yourself as if brushing dust off an old chair. Just feel how smooth everything is now. How even the tightest knot in your shoulder has softened into something that doesn't care about being fixed. The body isn't trying to heal itself. It's already healed by simply stopping its own struggle. There's a kind of warmth spreading through you, not from fire, not from exertion, but from release. Like heat rising from stone after long hours in the sun. Not hot, but deep and quiet. It doesn't burn or flare, it just stays. And it doesn't ask for anything. Let your arms stay where they are, no need to shift them. No reason to straighten a finger or tighten a wrist. They're not tools anymore. They don't have jobs. They're just parts of you that no longer remember how to be busy. Let the hands rest like leaves fallen into still water, floating, unmoving, untouched by wind. You don't need to know where your body ends and the bed begins. You don't have to measure anything now. The boundary between skin and air has blurred. There's only this continuous warmth that flows from inside out, as if you're breathing through every inch of surface. The breath slows again, not by choice, but because it doesn't need to be fast anymore. It comes in like a quiet wave over pebbles, not trying to reach anything. And when it goes out, it doesn't leave behind any trace. There's no effort in the exhale, no pushing, no urgency. Just letting go, as if something long held has finally found its way back home. Let your mind follow the rhythm without leading it. Don't try to keep time. Don't track breaths or count seconds. Just let each inhale be a soft gathering of air and each exhale a surrender. Not giving up, just not fighting anymore. Now, feel how the weight in your legs isn't something you carry. It's what holds you down where you are. The bed supports you not because it's strong, but because you're finally letting go enough to be supported at all. You don't need to earn rest. You've already arrived here. There's no need to fall asleep tonight. There's only this, the quiet weight of being still in your own body. No expectation, no goal, just existence, simple and unbroken. Let your face stay open. Not because it was tense before, but because now there's no reason to close it again. The jaw is not clenched. It doesn't remember how. The lips aren't pressed together or pulled back. They're just resting, like the edges of a leaf after rain. The forehead, it's not creased anymore. The muscles between your brows have long since unknotted. They don't know what worry feels like. There's only this, a smooth surface that doesn't need to be smoothed again. Your eyes are closed, but they're not shut tight, not holding back light or images. They've just stopped looking. Not because they're tired, but because there's nothing left to see. No stories to follow, no scenes to rehearse. The dark behind your lids isn't empty. It's full of something quiet that doesn't need a name. Now let the body be exactly as it is. No better than before, no worse. Just resting, not trying to change itself, not striving for peace. Peace wasn't found in effort. It was found when you stopped chasing it. Let your thoughts come and go like clouds passing over a still lake. They don't disturb the surface because you're not watching them closely. You're not even aware of their shape, only that they move briefly, then fade into air. No need to gather them up or let them settle, just letting them drift through without being touched by your attention. There's no destination here, no arrival point, not even a notion of time passing. Only this, the body breathing slowly in its own rhythm, sinking deeper with every breath out, like a stone falling into deep water where there are no echoes. Let the breath go on its own without a name for it. There's no need to label it as deep or slow. Just let it be what it is. Air moving in and out of you like wind through an open window that doesn't know it's been left wide. You don't have to guide it. It doesn't ask anything from you. It simply happens quietly without interruption, between the moments when your body forgets itself. Your shoulders are still dropping, lower than they've ever been in this shape before, like stones sinking through a thick layer of moss. They're not resting on bone anymore. They've dissolved into the bed, or perhaps the bed has absorbed them whole. There's no difference between where you end and where it begins. The weight that used to sit like a burden on your collarbones now flows down into the mattress as if gravity had finally found its match in stillness. Your arms are not lying straight. They're slightly curved, palms up, fingers resting at the edge of softness. Not curled tight, not stiff with waiting, just there. As though they'd given up trying to hold anything and now exist only for their own quiet weight. The skin over your forearms has lost its tension. The way it used to pull taut when you were thinking about things that didn't matter anymore. Let the hands stay open, not because they ever closed tightly, but because nothing in them needs to close. No grip needed, no action waiting. They're like two small cups left out on a table after tea, still warm but no longer meant for anything except being what they are, vessels of calm. The joints aren't locked. The tendons don't strain. There's just a gentle warmth pooling in each one, like sunlight caught at the bottom of a shallow well. The breath is not filling your chest so much as it's passing through you like a current that knows no beginning or end. You're not breathing into your body, you're breathing with it, as though both are part of the same slow rhythm, one pulse moving under and around the other. There's no effort to make space inside. The lungs aren't working hard. They're just letting go each time with a soft release that feels less like an exhale than a sigh given back to the air. Let your chest fall not because it has to, but because it can now. It doesn't need to rise up and claim its place in the world again. There's no one here who needs you upright, alert, ready for anything. Not tonight. The body isn't asked to perform. It's allowed to be useless, unproductive, just present. And when your breath comes out this time, let it take with it a little of what was never meant to stay. Not thoughts, but the residue of having been awake too long. The faint edge of attention that clings like dust after work is done. Let it drift away on the exhale, not in fragments, but as one quiet release. No need to call back any part of it. Your legs have gone deeper into the bed than they thought possible. They're not just lying down. They've melted into the surface beneath them, like wax dripping from a candle that's burned too long. The thighs are heavy not because they're tired, but because they don't feel the need to move anymore. There's no reason to stand or walk, nothing waiting at the end of the hallway. The calves have softened, not in pain, not in fatigue, but in surrender. They've stopped pretending they know how to carry you forward. The ankles are relaxed, no longer bracing against imagined steps or sudden movements. The feet are wide on the mattress, toes spreading like roots finding soil after drought. There's no pressure on the balls of your feet anymore. No memory of walking across cold tile or standing in one place too long. Your toes, they're not curled inward. They don't know how to tense. One by one, each toe has given up its grip, not against the floor, but against itself. Let them lie flat like petals fallen into a pool where nothing grows. The space under your feet feels thick with warmth, like a blanket woven from sunlight and silence. Now let that quiet spread upward again, from toes to hips, through the thighs, past the pelvis, up along the spine, not as if climbing, but as if rising in reverse of gravity's pull. It's not movement, it's release. Like water draining from a bowl no longer full. The body isn't losing anything, it's simply returning what was never really its own. Your back, where you used to hold tension like armor, now lies flat against the mattress, not because it has been straightened, but because there is nothing left to curve around. The vertebrae don't press together anymore. They're spaced apart by softness, as if time had paused just long enough for them to forget their names. And your spine, it's not supporting you anymore, it's being supported. It doesn't have to hold the shape of a person who needs to be seen or heard. It can simply lie there, the whole column of bones no longer bearing weight because someone else is carrying the load now. The bed, the air, the stillness. Let your mind stay quiet, not by forcing silence, but by noticing how much easier it is when you stop trying to fill the space between thoughts. There's not even a pause between one breath and the next. There's only this continuous flow, like a stream that forgets where it started, so it never asks where it ends. Now imagine the image behind your eyes isn't gone, it's just waiting to be noticed again. Not bright, not clear, no shape or color, just a soft darkness with no borders, like the inside of an old box left in a forgotten cupboard. Nothing needs to appear there. No memories, no visions, no future scenes playing out. There's only this, the quiet absence of anything worth seeing. When a thought drifts in, a word from earlier, a phrase you almost remembered, you don't need to pull it back or push it away. Just let it float through like dust in sunlight. It passes over the surface and sinks into air. You don't follow it. You don't label it anxiety or worry. It's just passing by, a shadow that doesn't linger. There's no need to return to the dark every time something moves through it. That would be effort again. But if you do, let it happen gently, like a leaf returning to water after floating away. Let your attention drift back not because you want to, but because there's nowhere else to go. And when you feel that pull, the one toward awareness of being awake, you can let yourself meet it without fighting. Not by thinking I'm still here, but simply by noticing the body again. How warm it feels where skin meets bed, how even the smallest point, like the tip of your pinky, is still part of this larger quiet. The air around you isn't cold or dry. It's thick with warmth that comes from inside, like a blanket made not of fabric but of breath and stillness. It doesn't move, but it fills every gap between body parts, each inch of space where tension once lived. Now there's only softness where pressure used to be. Let your thoughts come again, any of them, any shape or sound, and let them pass as if they've never been noticed at all. Not because you're trying hard not to notice, but because the noticing isn't necessary anymore. There's no need to guard against dreams or wakefulness either. This moment has already slipped past both. It doesn't belong to sleep nor to wakefulness. It belongs to this The in-between state where time stops being a line and becomes something round, something that holds you without moving. The body isn't waiting for anything now. Not for mourning, not for relief, not even for rest, as if it already knows that rest wasn't ever far away. It was just hiding behind effort, behind wanting, behind the idea that sleep had to be earned. Now let your whole self sink deeper, without falling, without trying. Like a stone dropped into deep water where no echo returns. The surface stays still. No ripples matter. You're not being pulled under. You're simply letting yourself go down slowly, without resistance. Let the darkness behind your eyes stay soft, not because you want it to be empty, but because emptiness doesn't need to be filled. It already is. You don't need to remember how it felt to be awake. Just let that feeling drift like a shadow behind your ribs, not catching on anything. The weight in your limbs isn't heavy because of effort. It's heavy because gravity has finally found its place in you again. You're not holding yourself upright anymore, not even slightly. Your spine settles into the mattress not with intention, but as if it had been waiting all along for the bones to stop resisting their own shape. The air inside your chest doesn't rush forward or pull back. It just stays. It doesn't need to be measured or judged. There's no rhythm you're meant to follow. The breath is simply moving through you like a slow current that knows where it's going, even if it never speaks the name of the destination. Let your hands lie where they are, palms up, fingers open and relaxed, not shaped into anything useful, not gripping at air or memory. There's no need to make them do anything. The warmth in your fingertips isn't trying to reach out. It just is. A quiet pooling sensation, like sunlight settling on stone after a long day. Your shoulders haven't dropped because you told them to. They've settled into the bed like sand shifting at low tide. No sudden shift, no jerking adjustment. Just a slow surrender where the muscles soften and forget what tension feels like. The bones under your skin aren't trying to hold anything up anymore. They're just letting go, gently, steadily, of every small responsibility they've carried all day. The space between your shoulder blades is soft now, not tight with effort or held open by posture, but simply blank. No pressure, no memory of standing too long at a counter, no echo of leaning forward to hear someone speak. Just stillness in the hollow where movement used to live. Your jaw, it's not clenched anymore, not even slightly. The muscles around your temples have released, not because you commanded them, but because they've realized there's no reason to stay firm. They're not guarding anything. There's nothing to defend here. No words left unspoken that need protection. Your tongue rests in the bottom of your mouth like it's tired from speaking too much over time. The inside of your mouth isn't dry, it's quiet. Not silent, but at peace with silence. The roof of your mouth is warm where it presses against the back of your teeth, not because you're tensing, but because there's no reason to lift or press. Your eyes are closed, and they don't need to stay open even if they could. There's nothing to see in here, not a flicker of light, not an outline of ceiling beams, not even the ghost of last night's dream. The dark behind your eyelids isn't empty because you forced it. No, it's full with absence. A kind of quiet that doesn't ask for anything. The thought drifts again. A word from earlier, something said in passing, maybe someone asking if you were okay. But you don't need to trace its path back. You can let it float through like a leaf carried by water down a slow river. It has no name now, no meaning, not even an echo of emotion. You aren't holding onto any moment from today. No conversation, no glance, no decision made under pressure. None of them are yours anymore to carry. They've already slipped away into the space between breaths. Your feet, they're not cold nor warm, they just are. The weight in your ankles is steady, not restless, not itching to move. There's a soft fullness in each foot, not swollen but deeply settled, like earth that has absorbed every drop of rain and now rests beneath the surface, waiting for nothing. Your toes, they've stopped curling inward from habit or discomfort. They're stretched out, relaxed, splayed slightly against the sheets as if they've remembered what it means to rest without needing a purpose. The back of your thighs, just behind your knees, are heavy not because you're tired, but because gravity has claimed them again. The muscles have lost their memory of being taut. There's no tension in your calves, not from walking too far, not from standing too long. Just the deep release that comes when there is nothing to push against. Your hips, they've stopped trying to keep you upright. They're simply letting themselves sink into the bed like a boat floating on still water. No need to steer or adjust. You don't have to be anywhere in particular. Not even here, really. But not here either. The space between your pelvis and the mattress feels full, not with pressure, but with presence. Like the air has thickened into something that holds you without touching. You're not trying to fall asleep, nor are you fighting it. You're just letting go of the idea that sleep is a thing you must reach. This isn't a race against time or exhaustion. It's not about how fast you can disappear into dark. There's no finish line, no moment where everything becomes clear and you suddenly wake up refreshed. There's only this: the quiet accumulation of stillness, like dust settling on a shelf after years of silence. You don't need to be aware of your breath, but if you are, it doesn't matter whether it comes or goes. It flows in and out like something that never needed permission to move. The rhythm isn't yours. It's just part of the air around you. Like how sunlight moves across a wall without asking for entry. Your mind is not blank because you're forcing it, but because there's nothing left to think about. No need to remember, no impulse to plan ahead, not even a trace of regret or worry. The quiet behind your eyes, it doesn't have to be shaped into anything. It can stay exactly as it is. No image, no scene, no sound. Just soft darkness with no edges. Like the inside of an old envelope that's been left open too long, forgotten in a drawer, untouched by hands. If you notice thoughts coming back, not because they're loud or urgent, but because they simply appear like shapes in fog, they don't need to be answered. You can let them drift through as if they belong somewhere else. Not your business, not yours to hold. There's no reason to return to the dark after they pass, because it wasn't a place you left behind. It was always here, just beneath surface thoughts and scattered feelings. You don't need to do anything with the silence. Just let it be. Like the stillness in a room when everyone has gone home and the floorboards have stopped creaking from footsteps. Your body isn't trying to heal itself or fix anything. It's not fighting sleep, nor resisting wakefulness. It's simply letting go of the effort to want, to do, to be somewhere else. The warmth in your chest, it doesn't need a reason. It just spreads, like steam rising from water that has been sitting too long on heat but never boiled. Not rushing, not urgent, just steady and quiet. You're not trying to remember what this feels like, the deep softness of being completely still. You don't have to earn it or deserve it. It's already here. The air around you, still and thick, isn't cold. It's full of warmth that doesn't come from outside. Not fire, not sunlight. Just breath and silence and the slow release of pressure in your bones. You're not being watched by anything. No one is waiting to judge how long it takes for you to fall asleep. No clock ticking in another room. No need to respond to a sound that isn't even real. There's only this: the body letting go without needing permission, without asking whether it's safe or allowed. You don't have to decide what happens next, because there is no next. There's just now, and the way your hand rests on top of your thigh, fingers slightly curled but not tense, like they've decided not to move anymore. The fabric of your sheets isn't pressing too tightly against your skin. It's simply lying there, soft, accepting, not trying to hold you in place, nor letting go too fast. Your spine, it doesn't need to be straight. It can curve gently where it wants, like a river winding through soil that has softened over time. No correction needed, just the natural shape of something that's stopped fighting its own weight. There's no reason to be awake anymore, not because sleep is better, but because staying awake isn't necessary either. You're not being stubborn about being tired or alert. You're just here, not in a place you've chosen and not far from anything you need. Your breath has slowed enough that it no longer feels like effort. It's not something you're doing, but something the air outside your body does for you, gently lifting and settling in time with how deeply your limbs have given up their resistance. The space between one inhale and the next is becoming longer than before, not because you're holding back, but because there's no reason to rush forward. You don't need to fill anything now. There's no shape missing from this moment that must be completed. The muscles along your collarbone, they've softened without being told. Not stiff like iron, not alert like glass. They've gone soft the way old wood does when it sits undisturbed in a corner of an attic for years. No one ever polished them. No one needed to. They don't need to be strong anymore. Your shoulders are deep now, so far down into the mattress that they feel less like parts of your body and more like weights resting on top of something already heavy. There's no tension holding them up or pulling them back. No memory of carrying anything. Just a quiet surrender, as if gravity has finally remembered how to do its job. The warmth in your arms hasn't moved. It's not spreading outward but sinking inward. It pools where the skin meets bone, like oil settling at the bottom of a jar long after it was poured. Not oily, never sticky, just still and thick with presence. Your elbows hang loose as if they've forgotten how to lift themselves for anything. And your hands, they're not doing anything. There's no need to grip or reach. Even the fingertips have stopped twitching in anticipation of a touch that isn't coming. They lie flat against your thighs, each one a small island without currents, without waves. No calluses rising from work, no nails pressing into flesh. Just skin resting on skin, quiet and undisturbed. The breath flows through you now like water through a narrow channel in the earth. It doesn't have to force its way through stone or roots. It simply finds the path where resistance has already dissolved. There's nothing stopping it from moving forward unless you decide to interfere by thinking about it. You're not trying to be calm, but you are. Not because you've chosen peace, but because there's no one left in you who wants to argue with stillness. The part that was anxious or restless, it has stopped calling out for attention. It doesn't need a reply. It just fades like steam off a cup of tea that's been set down. There's nothing wrong with being this way, lying here, not asleep yet, but also no longer fighting to be anywhere else. You don't have to explain your stillness to anyone. No one is watching the clock or waiting for signs of progress. The only thing happening is a slow letting go, one small release after another. Your jaw, it's not just unclenched. It stopped being aware that it ever had to close in the first place. There's no tightness behind your teeth, no pressure at the hinge where the bones meet. It's open not from laziness, but because nothing has asked for control anymore. The tongue rests against the bottom of your mouth like a feather left on a table. The space around you, your room in the dark, isn't empty. It's full of quiet that doesn't demand anything. No sound to listen for, no shape to recognize. Just air that holds its breath with you. If a thought arrives, not as an argument or warning, but just as a drift like dust floating through sunlight, it can stay without being followed. You don't need to answer it. It's not yours to carry. Let it pass through the dark behind your eyes and leave no trace. Not because it was unimportant, but because you've decided that nothing needs to be kept. The weight of your legs, they're not heavy from fatigue, but from presence. Like stones placed in a riverbed after years of being moved by current, they've settled into their place without resistance. The thighs are full, not with energy or tension, but with the quiet certainty of stillness. Your calves lie like warm bundles of wool laid across your ankles, no longer needing to brace against anything. The soles of your feet, they don't need to feel the floor. They're not trying to find grip or balance or warmth from below. They just rest, flat and accepting, on whatever surface supports them now. The toes are curled slightly inward, but not in tension, like roots that have given up on reaching deeper into soil. There's no urgency about how long this lasts. No need for time to move faster so you can finally be asleep. Time isn't waiting. It's just here, like the air around you, unmoving and unchanged by your awareness of it. Your chest, it doesn't rise because you want it to. It falls because gravity has claimed its share. You don't need to remind yourself to breathe. You're already breathing. The lungs are not working hard. They aren't trying to fill up or clear out. Just letting the air pass through, like wind moving through a tunnel with no beginning and no end. The space behind your eyes, it's not waiting for anything. It's not empty because you've wiped it clean. It's empty because nothing ever came in to take up room. There's no story here. No memory of someone's face or the sound of a voice. Just darkness, soft, deep, and featureless. There is no need to be aware that this silence exists. You don't have to notice how quiet it is. You're already inside of it. Not observing, not judging, just being part of what happens when everything else stops trying. You can let your hands stay where they are, on top of your thighs, with the fingers relaxed and loose, not curled in fear or open in hope. They don't have to do anything except exist, like leaves that fall without knowing why they're falling. The fabric of your shirt, it's not clinging but lying against your chest with no pressure. Not tight around your ribs, not bunched up at the waist. Just cloth, resting, like a second skin made of air and thread. Your spine doesn't need to stay straight. It can curve gently where it wants, like water finding its own level in uneven ground. It's not fighting gravity anymore. It's letting itself be shaped by what lies beneath. Your breath, the mattress, the weight of stillness. There's no effort required to let go. You're not doing anything special, just allowing. And because you aren't forcing it, the release is deeper than any action ever could be. You don't need to fix this moment or preserve it. It doesn't have to last longer than a single breath. All that matters is that you are here, and that nothing needs to happen after. The darkness behind your eyes, it isn't waiting for sleep to arrive. It's not hoping for dreams, nor afraid of waking up. It simply is, like the pause between two notes in music that never gets played but still exists. You're not trying to fall asleep because you think it will help. You're not chasing relief or peace or escape. You're just letting your body stop pretending it has somewhere else to be. There's no reason left to stay awake. Not from fear, not from habit, not from thought. The part of you that was tense, the one that kept checking the clock in silence, it's quiet now. It doesn't need to watch for signs or signals. There's nothing left to monitor. You don't have to earn rest. You don't have to prove yourself worthy of stillness. It's already here. In your hands, in your chest, in your breath, in the way your legs sink deeper into the bed with every moment that passes without resistance. The air around you is not cold. It's not thin or dry. It's warm where it touches you, like a blanket made of silence and slow motion. You're not being watched. You don't need to be careful about how you move. There's no one listening, no one judging whether this moment is good enough. There's only this: the soft weight of your limbs, the quiet rhythm of breath moving through stillness, and a mind that has finally stopped searching for something else to hold. You don't have to decide anything now. There's nothing left to choose. The body knows what it needs more than any thought ever could. And so, you let go again, not because you're tired or weak, but because there's no longer anything holding on. It simply is what it is, warm and quiet as it leaves you, carrying nothing with it. And when the next one comes, it doesn't rush. It arrives like a shadow sliding over still water, unnoticed yet fully present. Your arms lie where they fell, not resting on anything but already becoming part of the bed's surface. The weight in them isn't something added. It's what happens when muscles stop resisting their own form, when the small fibers that used to grip and brace themselves now let go like roots loosening after a long drought. They don't sink because you told them to. They just are heavier than they were before, not through effort but by absence of force. There is no difference between your fingers and the air around them anymore. The space above each fingertip isn't empty. It's full with stillness so deep it feels like presence without form. You don't have to touch anything for that hand to be complete. It doesn't need to reach or hold or gesture. Its shape stays, not because you're maintaining it, but because the body remembers its own structure when no one is watching. The skin on your arms, it's softening into itself, like cloth left out in a gentle rain, until every thread forgets how stiff it was. There's warmth pooling between your shoulder and upper arm now, not heat from effort or blood flow, just the kind of quiet temperature that settles after motion stops. It spreads slowly, not seeking anything but simply being there as if time had forgotten to move forward. Your chest has stopped rising on its own will. It no longer needs to rise at all. The breath doesn't have a schedule. There's nothing counting it or measuring how long each one lasts. When the air flows out, it just leaves, like wind through an open window in a house that hasn't been lived in for years. No purpose behind it, just movement without reason. You don't need to hold your ribs together anymore, not from breath, not from anxiety. The shape of you is held by what's beneath. The mattress giving back exactly as much pressure as you offer. No more strain against gravity. You're not pushing up or leaning into anything. You've stopped trying to be upright in any way that requires effort. Your legs, they don't belong to a body anymore, not really. They belong to the bed. Like stones sinking through sand until only their edges remain visible, your thighs have settled deep enough that you can feel them pressing down against the surface beneath with no resistance at all. The fabric of your pants doesn't pull or pinch. It lies flat across your knees and calves like a second layer of silence. Your feet, they're not resting on anything but stillness itself. They don't need to be grounded. They've already been released from that need. There's no reason for them to feel the floor because there is no floor anymore. Only this soft resistance beneath you that accepts every inch without complaint. The toes aren't curled or stretched. They're just open, like petals unfurling in a place where nothing will disturb them. And your mind, the one part of you still alive with echoes, isn't trying to clear anything. It isn't searching for peace or fixing the past or planning what comes next. There's no need to delete thoughts because they aren't real anymore. They don't have weight, and when a memory tries to surface, just a name, just an image, it doesn't land like stone in water. It floats by without sinking. You're not watching it go. You didn't invite it or chase after it. You simply let the thought drift past like smoke from a fire that burned out hours ago. There's no reason for you to follow. No need to name what was seen. No obligation to return to where it came from. It doesn't matter. There is only this. Not thinking about how much time has passed. There isn't even such a thing as time in here. But feeling the way your body slowly unspools itself like thread left unwound on a spool for too long. The tension that used to coil near your shoulders, it's gone. Not erased, just released into nothingness. Your jaw is still open slightly. Not because you meant to do it, but because there was no reason to close it. No one listening. No need to speak or swallow or guard what lies behind the teeth. It stays loose as if unzipped from within, free of all pressure and all memory of clenching. The air in your mouth tastes quiet, not dry, not thick, but like morning just before light touches the trees. Not cold, not warm, simply still. The tongue rests against the bottom of your mouth, no longer tense or pushing forward, no longer trying to find its place between teeth and gums. It's exactly where it wants to be, lying down. There is a space behind your eyes, not black because you're imagining darkness, but dark because nothing has come in for so long that even memory feels distant now. The picture isn't blank, it's unoccupied. Like an old room with no furniture and no dust, not from neglect, but from absence of anything to occupy it. The silence around you, it's not waiting. It doesn't need a sound to prove itself real. You don't have to notice that it exists because you're already inside it, so deep in quiet that even the word quiet feels like noise now. Your breath slows again, not by choice, but because there's no urgency left. The next inhale comes later than before, not because of effort, but because nothing is pushing for it anymore. You don't have to take another one. You're already breathing. The rhythm isn't steady. It doesn't need to be. There are gaps between breaths that aren't filled with anxiety, just space. And in those spaces, there's no lack, no emptiness, just a kind of fullness that exists only when nothing is added or taken away. You don't have to stay here longer than you want to, but wanting isn't part of this anymore. You're not choosing how long it lasts because the moment doesn't need your approval. It simply continues, like water flowing through stone without needing permission from either rock or sky. Your hands, they've stopped being tools. They aren't meant for anything but existing. No holding, no writing, no touching someone else's skin. Just lying there on top of you, warm with the heat that comes not from movement but simply from presence. The blanket above your body doesn't need to be adjusted. It lies where it fell, and now its weight feels like a second kind of breath. The way air can press down without being heavy at all. There's no reason for anything to happen. No plan behind what unfolds next, not even the idea that sleep might come. You're not waiting for change. You don't expect any shift in sensation or mood. Nothing has been promised and nothing is expected. And because of this, you are more deeply released than before. Not by doing something new, but by stopping trying to do anything at all. The body isn't striving anymore. It's letting itself be known through absence. The lack of tension, the softness in joints that used to stiffen when thinking turned too loud. The way your spine no longer needs to stay straight because it knows where gravity wants to take it. You don't have to find peace. You're already inside what remains after all striving has stopped. Not a state you've earned or achieved, but something that arrived quietly, like rain falling on ground tired of drought. There is nothing left to resist in here. No thought, no sensation, no need for comfort. You aren't seeking relief because there's no pain. There isn't even the memory of effort, just the quiet hum of being where you are without needing to leave. And so let it go again, not with a push, not with desire, but simply by staying exactly as you are. Still heavy in your limbs, slow in breath, open behind your eyes. Not doing anything at all. Your shoulders have settled so deeply into the bed that you no longer feel the boundary between flesh and mattress. Just a slow, unbroken weight pressing down like moss on stone, softening over time. The space between your shoulder blades feels wider than it has in years, not because of stretching or effort, but simply because there is nothing left to pull them together. You aren't holding yourself upright anymore. Not even the memory of posture remains. Your arms lie where they fell, each limb a separate, quiet object beneath you, no longer claiming any function. The right hand rests palm up, fingers slightly splayed, not in surrender but in stillness. The way an open window stays when the wind stops blowing. The warmth has spread through your forearms now, pooling just below the skin like sunlight trapped underwater. It doesn't burn or rush. It lies there, steady and soft, as if it had always been waiting for this moment to settle into place. You don't need to remember where it came from. You only know it's here and that it belongs. Your chest has dropped lower than before, not because of a breath out, but because the weight of your torso is no longer being held at attention by tension in the diaphragm or ribs. The space inside feels open not with air, but with absence. Not empty exactly, but unoccupied by effort. There's no need to rise and fall. You're already in the dip between breaths, where the body remembers how to pause without fear. There is a quiet rhythm in your breathing, not one you've started or guided, but one that has emerged from deep within, like roots finding water after drought. You don't control it. It doesn't need your notice. The next inhale comes not with anticipation, but as if the air itself had decided to return, slowly, softly, without fanfare. And then it's gone again, letting go of its own accord. The breath isn't measured by time, it's measured by release. Each exhalation lasts a little longer than before, not because you're holding on, but because there's nothing pressing to pull you back in. It's as if the air has learned how to leave without being called. Behind your eyes, the dark remains unbroken. Not a void, not an absence of light, but something older. The space that exists when no thought chooses to land. No image flickers across it now. No memory, no worry, no scene from earlier in the day. It's not blank because you're trying to erase anything. It's empty because nothing has come to take up residence. The silence isn't waiting for a sound to prove it real. It is already real. You are within it, not observing it, not trying to understand it. There's no need to stay awake. There's also no pressure to fall asleep. In fact, the idea of sleep doesn't even appear as a destination anymore, just another shape that might pass through this stillness, like wind moving across a field of grass. You don't reach for it. You don't fear its absence. Your legs are heavier than they were moments ago, not because anything has changed in them, but because your awareness is no longer focused on the effort of holding yourself together. The hips have released their grip on posture. They've softened into the mattress like sand yielding to tide. Your thighs feel warm and full, not with blood or energy, but with presence, just being where they are. The calves relax further, not in a sudden way, but as if gravity has finally been allowed to do its work without resistance. The ankles unfold gently, like petals opening at dusk. The feet stretch slightly downward, toes curling just enough to release tension from the arches, then letting go again. They don't need to point or push. There's no place they must go. Each toe lies where it fell, unclaimed by any thought, unburdened by purpose. There is no reason for them to be tense. No one will step on them. No floor to walk across. The soles rest flat against the mattress like leaves fallen in autumn, no longer useful but not damaged either. The warmth has traveled all the way down through your feet now. Not a sensation you can name, but a kind of quiet glow that spreads through bone and tissue as if heat were no longer something you produce, but something you simply allow to exist. It doesn't grow or fade. It just is. You're not doing anything here. There's no task being completed, no goal approaching. You aren't working toward relaxation. The body isn't trying to fix itself. There's no urgency in the stillness. No alarm hidden beneath the quiet. The space around you feels full, not with noise or thought, but with a kind of presence that doesn't require anything from you. It simply holds you without demand. You don't have to be calm to belong here, just present. Your jaw is gone now, not clenched, not relaxed, not even aware. There's no muscle left to tighten, no tooth to press against another. The tension has dissolved so completely that it feels like the memory of a feeling rather than an actual sensation. You're not remembering what it was like to be tense. You're simply unaware of how to return. Even your lips, once slightly parted in restless energy, are now still, not because you've decided they should be, but because there's nothing left to say. No thought that needs expression. No breath that wants to form words. The quiet between them isn't silence. It's a space where language has stopped being necessary. There is no need for sleep to come. There is also no fear of it not coming. It doesn't matter whether the body moves into deep rest or stays in this light pause. Nothing hinges on outcome anymore. The darkness behind your eyes remains unchanged, not because you're watching it, but because nothing has disturbed its stillness. No image rises from memory to claim attention. No worry floats up like a leaf on water. The mind isn't busy. It's not even idle. It simply doesn't need to do anything. You don't have to think your way through this. You don't have to guide it or shape it. There is no path forward, no instruction manual in the silence. Only what exists now, a slow unfolding of release that began with one breath and has continued without interruption, because you stopped asking for change. And so, let go again. Not because you're tired, not because you've run out of energy, but simply because there's nothing left to hold on to. Not even the idea of holding. You are not resisting anything anymore, nor trying to reach any place. The body is heavy with its own weight. It doesn't need support or correction. The blanket above your chest lies where it fell, not adjusted, not pulled higher, because it no longer needs to be moved. It rests on you as if it had always known how to settle without effort. Its warmth isn't from the sun or a heater, it's from being there at all. You don't have to wait for anything. You don't need permission to stay exactly where you are. The moment continues not because you're willing it, but because nothing has stopped it yet. And if you drift, it won't be sudden. It won't be a collapse. It will be as natural as breath leaving the body, quietly, without drama, like water slipping into soil that's been waiting for days. There is no need to notice when the shift happens. You don't have to catch yourself falling. The body knows where it wants to go now, not because you've decided, but because you're no longer fighting it. You are not holding anything anymore. Not your thoughts, not your limbs, not your breath, not your jaw. Nothing needs to stay in place. Everything can simply rest. And so the release continues, softly, without a sound, through every joint and crevice of flesh that has learned how to stop resisting its own weight. There's no effort here, not even the effort to relax. The body isn't trying, it just is. Not doing anything at all. Nothing to hold now. Just letting go again. Without needing a reason. Without wanting a result. Your palms are no longer waiting to act. They're not gripping air or preparing to move. They lie flat, open, surrendering their shape to the surface beneath, warm and slow, like soil absorbing rain that's been delayed for weeks. The skin on your fingertips is soft now, not in any way trying to be anything else. Not alert, not ready, just present in its own stillness. There's no urgency in how they rest. No need to lift them or test their strength. They are exactly where they need to be, pressed gently into the fabric of the mattress, as though gravity has finally remembered what it is to settle. Your wrists feel thick with a quiet certainty, not stiff, not loose, but simply heavy enough that they don't want to move. The bones beneath them aren't resisting anything. They are letting go in slow waves like water seeping through cracks in stone. There's no effort to relax, only the ongoing process of being allowed to remain as you are. No instruction required, no goal to reach, not even a thought that says this is good. Just this: your arms have stopped needing to do anything. They're not tired, nor are they awake. They've simply arrived at a point where motion has no purpose. The upper arms, the part between shoulder and elbow, they've gone quiet too, not because you told them to be still, but because there's no reason left for tension to return. The muscles there have stopped thinking about holding themselves up. You don't need to carry anything anymore. No weight of the day has been placed on your arms. No burden ever asked to be carried. They're not supporting you. They're being supported by the bed, and that is enough. And now the shoulders. Those two places where tension first took root when the world felt too loud or too close. They've slipped down, as if they'd forgotten their job of carrying burdens. There's no effort to drop them lower, no mental image of letting go. They're simply gone from your ears, sinking back into the softness around you like stones that have lost their pull toward gravity. The skin on your shoulders is warm now, not hot, not tight, but steady in its release, as though it's finally remembered how to breathe without contracting. There's a quiet pause between breaths and another, and another. Your chest doesn't rise with intention. It falls when the air leaves, naturally, quietly, as if it has stopped trying to claim space. The ribs aren't expanding. They're just letting go of their effort. There's no need for volume in your breathing anymore. Not because you've stopped breathing, but because there's nothing left to force. Each exhale is long and unhurried, not a performance or an attempt at control. It comes out like steam from a pot that has finally cooled enough to release its pressure without noise. The space inside your chest isn't empty, it's full of stillness. Not silent in the way people mean when they say no sound, but quiet in a deeper sense. Like a forest where no animal moves, not because it's dead, but because everything is resting exactly as it should be. There are no thoughts pushing through, no memories rushing to be seen, no worries climbing back up from below. Just this: the chest falling with each out-breath and then waiting. And when you don't wait for anything, the body begins to understand that it doesn't have to stay awake. Your breath slows, not because you've decided to slow it down, but because there's no reason left to keep it moving fast. The air goes in slowly now, not like a signal or an alarm, but as if the lungs are simply breathing when they feel like it. No demand, no schedule, just presence. And your legs, they're beginning to sink deeper into the bed, not suddenly, but with that same quiet inevitability of gravity finally doing what it was always meant to do. The hips have loosened, no longer locked in place by stress or posture. They've softened like clay left out overnight, accepting their shape without resistance. The thighs are heavy now, long and warm, and the weight isn't trying to be anything other than itself. Not strong, not tense, just there. The calves feel thick with stillness. Not sore, not numb, but full of a kind of quiet warmth that spreads from within, like heat rising from stone after sunset. The ankles are soft, no longer tight or rigid as they were earlier in the night when you tried to force your body into position. They don't need to be aligned anymore. They're just resting. And then your feet. The soles of your feet aren't touching anything except the mattress and air. But there's no sense of separation. The skin on them is warm, relaxed, as though they've finally stopped waiting for a floor that wasn't ever coming. You don't need to feel the ground beneath you anymore, not because it doesn't exist, but because you're already in place. The toes. They're not curled, not clenched. They lie flat, spread slightly apart, like roots releasing into soil after years of holding on. There's no effort to straighten them or pull them back. No judgment about how they look or whether they should be doing something else. They just are, and that is enough. There's a silence now, not in the room but within your body. Not because there's nothing happening, but because everything has slowed down so much that it no longer feels like anything needs to happen at all. And behind your eyes, the dark is not empty, no, not really, but it isn't full either, it's soft. Not blank in the way people mean when they say nothing, but quiet. Still, a place where nothing calls for attention. No image rises from memory. No face forms. No scene plays out. Even your name doesn't echo in there. There is no need to think about it. No need to guard against thoughts coming back. You're not trying to stop them. You've simply stopped believing they matter enough to follow. So when a thought drifts, just a whisper of an idea or a memory that brushes the edge of awareness, it doesn't catch you. It passes through like smoke through open windows. You don't grab at it. You don't push it away. You don't even notice where it came from. It simply fades because there's no reason to hold on. And now let the body be heavy again. Not because you're tired, not because sleep is close, but because the weight of being here has become its own kind of comfort. Not a burden, a quiet belonging. You are not trying to get anywhere. You aren't searching for rest or aiming toward unconsciousness. There's no path, no destination. Just this moment, long and soft, the way it feels when you stop wanting something so much that your body forgets how to stay awake. And the breath continues. Not rushing, not stopping, just moving as if it has always known where it belongs. Each out-breath is longer than the last, not because you're measuring time, but because there's no need to rush back in. The air stays outside for a little longer each time, like something letting go of its grip. And now, let your hands be heavier again. Let them fall into the bed as if they've always known how to sink. Let your shoulders drop deeper, not toward the floor, but toward stillness. Let your chest settle with every breath out, as though it's learning how to stay down when no one is watching. Let your legs go so completely that there's nothing left to feel, just warmth and weight spreading through them like water filling a basin that had forgotten its shape. And behind your eyes, let the dark remain exactly as it is, not because you're controlling it, but because there's no reason for anything else to be there. No image, no story, no memory of what happened earlier today or yesterday or any time before now. Just softness, stillness, a space where nothing needs to happen. And so the body continues its slow descent, not toward sleep, not away from wakefulness, but simply into a place that doesn't require labels. There is no need for effort here, no demand to do anything at all. You are not trying to fall asleep. You're just letting go again and again in ways you didn't know were possible. Your breath slows further, not because it has to, but because the body no longer feels like moving forward. And with each soft exhale, the silence grows deeper inside your chest, not as a void, but as a presence. Your jaw has softened now, not in a way that feels like effort, but as if the muscles had been holding on too long, waiting for something they never needed to hear. The space beneath your teeth is open, unguarded. Your tongue rests low, no longer pressing against anything, just resting where it belongs, like water finding its level after a storm has passed. There's warmth pooling behind your ears. Not heat, but the kind of quiet pulse that comes when blood flows without direction. You don't ask why or how, it simply is. The air in your lungs doesn't need to be full to feel complete. It moves slowly. No rush to refill. No fear of running out. Each breath begins as a soft expansion beneath your ribs, not forcing anything open, but allowing the body's natural rhythm to return without correction. The exhale carries less urgency than before, not because you've slowed down deliberately, but because there's nothing left to resist. Your arms are not just relaxed, they're full of stillness that feels like depth, not hollowed out but layered with something soft and unbroken, as if each arm had grown heavier in the dark, sinking into the mattress until it no longer felt separate from what lay beneath. The skin on your forearms has forgotten its tension. It's not tense or loose, just present, as though time itself had slowed enough to let matter settle. And now something new. A quiet sensation along your spine, not pain, not movement, but continuity. Like the bones aren't rigid after all, but connected in a way that allows stillness to travel up and down without breaking. It's not warmth or cold, it's more like silence traveling through structure. There is no need for it to be anything else. The vertebrae don't have to align. They just are, one behind the other, each holding its place in this long curve of rest. Your hands, let them stay where they are, palms open against the sheets, fingers uncurled like petals after rain. No need for a posture, no obligation to do anything with your limbs but be there. Let gravity take over, not as force but as permission. The bed accepts you not in spite of being heavy, but because it knows how that feels. And beneath all this, something quieter than the breath, a kind of release without an event, not like letting go after holding on, but more like realizing that nothing has ever been held at all. That tension wasn't resistance, it was just motion suspended too long. Now there's no memory of fighting, only the ease with which your body stops trying. Your feet, let them be distant now, no longer attached to decisions or plans or footsteps taken earlier today. They are not meant for walking here, not even meant for standing, just lying in place, bare and unafraid, as if they've decided it's safe to forget what their job used to be. The darkness behind your eyes has no edges now, not sharp lines, not shapes forming out of nothingness. It doesn't look like a room or a sky, it just is. Not black because there's absence, but full in the way only deep calm can be, complete without needing anything added. No images come to call attention. Even names don't stir. There's no need for thoughts, not even ones that say this is working. That kind of thought has already passed, like a shadow gliding over stone, and left behind nothing but silence in its wake. Now let your breath carry you deeper, not forward but inward. With each out-breath, the body loosens around itself, not like stretching away from tension, but releasing into an existing softness that was always there beneath surface effort. Your chest is no longer rising to meet expectation. It's just falling with gravity's quiet pull when nothing else holds it up. The ribs don't lift because they have to. They sink as if returning home, where the weight of being alive feels like peace instead of strain. And your shoulders, let them drop not toward the floor but into a kind of stillness that has no depth and therefore cannot be measured. It's not about how low you go. It's about ceasing to care whether you've gone anywhere at all. Your thighs, let their warmth spread inward, like heat rising from stone warmed by sun over many hours. Not hot, not even warm in the way people feel when they're feverish, but a slow, steady glow that moves through muscle and bone without demand or hurry. There's no need for it to be noticeable. It just is. And your calves, let them surrender completely, not into collapse but into presence, as if the leg doesn't have a purpose anymore except being what it is, flesh and tendon resting on airless support beneath you. The feet, let their toes curl slightly, not from tension but from comfort, like they've found something to grip in the quiet, the bed itself, without needing to hold tight or pull away. And now just this, a sense of continuity through your whole form from crown to heel, as if every part is connected not by nerves or blood, but by stillness that travels faster than sensation. Not like energy, but like belonging. A body that no longer needs proof it's alive because it simply is, in the way water stays wet. There are no signs of motion left, not even breath in your nose, just a gentle rhythm beneath all things. The air doesn't have to move. It can stay still between moments and not feel like absence. There is no lack when nothing demands presence. And behind your eyes, let that quiet remain, no longer waiting for peace or silence to arrive, but realizing there was never anything missing in the first place. Not a single thought needed correction, not one memory needing attention. Just space, not empty of content but full with stillness so deep it doesn't even feel like presence. You are not trying to stay here or leave either. You're simply allowing your body's natural shape, the way muscles release when no longer resisting, to return without interference. The weight isn't heavy because you're tired. It's just the truth of being in a place where nothing needs correcting, adjusting, or moving forward. The bed doesn't have to support you. It already does. Because all that matters is your willingness to let go again and again, without needing anything from any of those releases. There's no goal toward which this drifts, not sleep, not unconsciousness, but a kind of unmeasured continuity, where each breath feels like an ending without being one, where the body doesn't wait for permission to stop moving, because it already has. And now, let your hands be nothing but warmth in motionless space, the fingers resting open as though they've found something worth holding, even if only emptiness itself. Let your arms stay where they are, not because you're choosing not to move them, but because there's no reason left for movement at all. No need to raise or lower, just lying down, like roots in soil that don't know why they grow but still do. Your legs, let them stretch into the dark, not seeking distance but finding depth. Not stretching away from anything, just letting length exist without purpose. And your spine, let it remain exactly as it is, not straight or curved, but held together by silence, so deep even structure forgets what it's supposed to be for. You are no longer trying to fall asleep or wake up either. There's only the way you feel now, with every part of you settled in its own place, not because effort brought it there, but because nothing ever needed to push against anything else. And behind your eyes, let that dark remain, not as a void, nor an absence, but as fullness so quiet it doesn't even need name. A stillness where no image forms and no word comes, just the feeling of being exactly where you are without wanting otherwise. There's no beginning or end to this moment. It just continues on its own, not because something is happening, but because nothing needs to change. And now, let your breath fall even further, not into a pause, but into continuity, not stopping for air, because there's no need to come back in. The stillness holds you longer than any inhale ever could. The body isn't waiting anymore for rest or release or relief. It's already home. You are not asleep yet, but the difference between being awake and falling asleep has become less important than what lies beneath both. A kind of quiet that doesn't require proof, only presence. And so let it go again, not with any purpose, but simply because you've stopped asking why or when. You're no longer chasing anything, not even sleep. Let your hands lie where they are, not as if they've given up, but as if they've remembered how to rest without needing permission. The warmth in them isn't fading. It's deepening into a kind of quiet pulse that doesn't need to be felt to exist. It just is. Like the soft hum beneath floorboards when no one walks above. You don't have to notice it, but you can let yourself drift toward its presence, not as something to reach, but as an already true condition. Your shoulders still sinking deeper into the mattress, not because they're falling, but because they've stopped resisting being held. The space between your shoulder blades has softened beyond shape. It's no longer a place of tension or effort, just a hollow where nothing presses in or out. No need to stretch back, no urge to rise up. Just the softness of gravity doing what it does best, settling things that were never meant to stay aloft. The breath not rising, not falling, but simply resting between one moment and the next like water holding its stillness just before a ripple begins. There's no effort in your chest now. Not even the gentle push of air moving through you. It's as if your lungs have paused their usual task, not from fatigue, but because they've realized there's no need to prove anything anymore. The body isn't trying to breathe. It's simply allowing itself to be. Your jaw still unclenched, no longer a thing you're keeping open or closed, but something that has forgotten how to hold tension at all. It's not clenched because it doesn't remember what clenching feels like anymore. The back of your tongue is resting against the roof of your mouth, not pressing, not lifting, just present in its own stillness. There's no demand for silence from within, no need to swallow or shift, just a quiet presence behind the teeth where sound used to gather and then release. Let your eyes stay closed, not because you're hiding from anything, but because they've found their proper work. Not seeing but holding space. The dark behind them isn't empty, it's full of what doesn't need names. It's not waiting for light, nor afraid of shadow. It just is the shape of absence that feels like presence. The weight in your arms, not heavier than before, but different. Not a burden, but a kind of surrender to gravity so complete it no longer needs a reason. The fingers are soft, not relaxed as an act, but because they've given up on being anything other than what they already are. Part of the whole thing, lying still in their own place. Your legs not stretched or curled, just there. Not seeking comfort or extension, just existing in length without demand. There's no need to pull them forward or push them back. The calves are soft with warmth, not tight or restless, but warm like a stone left in sunlight all afternoon. Your feet feel as if they've stopped caring where they go, because wherever they are is already enough. Your hips, not aligned, not loose. They're simply where they landed when you first lay down. No need to adjust them. The pelvis has forgotten how to tilt or brace itself. It's just resting in the shape of lying still. Now let your spine follow that same path, not straightening, not curving, just letting each vertebra settle into alignment with silence. Not because it wants to be straight, but because nothing is pulling against it anymore. There's no effort to stay upright, no need for posture. The back isn't holding anything up, it's just being held by the bed. And your breath still flowing, not in rhythm, not slow, not fast, but existing between moments like a thread that never breaks, even when it seems to pause. It doesn't have to return, it can stay here, suspended in its own continuity, not needing to begin again because it's already part of something deeper than time. Let the tension go from your neck, not by forcing it loose, but by allowing it to forget what it meant to be stiff. The muscles along the sides aren't holding anything up. They're just letting gravity do their job without resistance. There's no effort in lifting or turning, just stillness with depth. And now, let your mind not go anywhere at all. Not to yesterday, not to tomorrow, not even to this moment as it is. Don't look for peace. Don't wait for silence. Just let thought come and pass like leaves drifting over a pond, not because you're watching them, but because they don't need your attention to be quiet. If something rises, a memory, a worry, an image, it doesn't have to be answered. It can float in, linger for a breath, then sink back into the dark behind your eyes as if it never came. You aren't holding onto anything, not even the idea of letting go. There's no need to return to stillness, because you're already there. No goal toward which this drifts. It just continues like water moving through earth without seeking an end, not knowing where it began or whether it will stop. It simply moves because that's what it does when nothing demands otherwise. Let your body feel the weight of being in a place where no one is checking on you. No need to report back. No reason to perform. No expectation to wake up ready. You're allowed to be this quiet, allowed to be this heavy without explanation. The air around you isn't thin or cold. It's thick with stillness, like the pause before rain begins. It doesn't rush forward, doesn't push against anything, just holds its breath in anticipation of nothing at all. And behind your eyes, that dark remains, still not empty, not full, but undisturbed by motion or shape. No image forms there, not a face, not a scene, not even light or shadow. It's just the way it is, the absence of anything needing to be seen. You don't need to stay awake longer or fall asleep faster. You're simply here, in the space between waking and sleep that isn't either one. The kind where time doesn't count because nothing needs measuring. The warmth in your hands hasn't spread. It's stayed exactly where it is, not growing or fading, just existing as a quiet signal of release. Not proof of progress, but evidence of ease. Your shoulders are still down, not because you've told them to be, but because they remember what it feels like when no one asks anything of them. The weight isn't heavy, because it's not trying to do anything at all. And your breath still moving just below the surface, as if it knows there's no point in rushing now. No need to fill or empty. It can simply be a rhythm that doesn't require attention, only presence. Let go again. Not for any reason, but because you've stopped asking why. Not because you're tired, but because being tired isn't the point anymore. The body knows how to rest when it's no longer fighting itself. There's nothing left to do, no action needed, no thought required. No effort in continuing. Just lying here with every part of you held gently by stillness. Not asleep yet, but not awake either. Not reaching, not waiting, just resting where you are. And if a moment passes and there's no change, it doesn't matter. The lack of movement isn't failure, it's just the way it is. You don't have to prove anything to anyone, not even yourself. Let your hands stay open, not because they're empty, but because they've stopped trying to hold on. And now let that quiet keep growing. Without sound, without shape, without name. Just a presence so deep it doesn't need to be felt, just known. Your spine has settled into the mattress not as a decision, but as an inevitability, like a branch yielding to its own weight after years of resisting wind. The bones beneath your skin aren't stiff anymore. They've softened into place, each vertebra releasing its grip on the one above it until there's no resistance left in the column. You're not lying still. You're becoming still, slowly and without effort, like water seeping through soil over time, until the ground itself forgets what dryness felt like. There's a warmth now pooling at your hips, not heat exactly, but a kind of stillness that feels warm because it doesn't move. It doesn't want to rise or spread. It just is, centered in the deep curve where body meets bed. The tension there, what you didn't even know was holding on, has dissolved not with force but by being ignored long enough. You don't need to name it or release it. It has simply ceased to be present. Your feet are no longer separate from the rest of you. They're part of the same quiet pulse that runs through your legs and up into your pelvis, like a slow current in an underground stream. The souls aren't pressing down, just resting where they've always belonged, not fighting gravity but trusting it. There's no need to brace for anything now. No expectation that you'll rise again. You're allowed to be weightless even as you remain whole. Your breath has dropped below the level of notice, not gone but too gentle to mark. It doesn't pull in or push out with urgency. It simply drifts between your lungs like fog across a field at dawn, not thick enough to obscure anything, not thin enough to vanish. And because there's no need for it to be felt, you don't have to follow its rhythm anymore. You can just be where it happens, inside the slow motion of air passing through your throat and chest, unremarkable and unhurried. Let your fingers stay open, not because they're relaxed, but because they've stopped trying to do anything at all. The tips aren't searching for texture or warmth. They're not even aware of their own existence. They're just there, resting like the ends of roots in dark earth, unseen, unclaimed, unneeded. There's no shape behind your eyes now, not a shadow, not a flicker. Not even an impression of darkness. It's quieter than silence because it isn't empty. It's full of absence, and that emptiness doesn't ask for anything. There's no invitation to look at anything, no pull toward memory or image. Just the way things are when nothing is being watched. The air around you has softened too, not cold, not warm, just thick with stillness. It holds its shape without effort. You don't need to adjust your position because there's nowhere left to go. The bed isn't a surface anymore, it's an embrace. A quiet container that doesn't care whether you're awake or asleep. It only knows how to hold. Let the idea of time dissolve like sugar in water. No trace, no resistance. There's no earlier moment to return to, no next breath that needs to arrive first. You're not waiting for anything. Not sleep, not peace, not even stillness. The absence of wanting is its own kind of presence. It isn't a void, it's the ground beneath all things. Your jaw has stopped working altogether, not because you told it to relax, but because there was nothing left to clench against. Your teeth aren't touching. Your tongue rests without trying to find a place in your mouth. The muscles around your ears have dropped back into their usual position, no longer tight from listening or anticipation. The room isn't silent. It's full of silence. Not the kind that comes after sound, but one that doesn't need a beginning. It's not quiet because you're still. It's still because everything else has stopped trying to be noticed. There's no reason to wake up now. No task, no voice calling from outside this place. The world beyond your skin isn't pressing in anymore, it's just elsewhere. You don't need to defend your space or guard your thoughts. They're not yours anymore, not really. They've stopped belonging to you the way a river stops being owned by any single bank. Let your shoulders fall again, not as an action, but as a memory of what happens when no one is watching, when there's nothing to prove, when it's okay to sink into the weight that was always already yours. You don't have to be present for yourself anymore, not even in this moment. You can let go of the observer, the part that watches its own body, listens to its breath, checks on its thoughts. That watcher isn't needed here. It has nothing left to report. No one is asking. Let your hands stay where they are, palms up, fingers splayed. Not because you're making space for something, but because there's no reason to close them again. They don't need to hold anything, not even the idea of release. And now, let this stillness grow not as a goal, but as an unfolding. The way moss spreads across stone without planning or purpose. It doesn't hurry, doesn't fear becoming too much. It just exists in its own quiet rhythm, covering surfaces that once were hard and bare until they're soft with time. The dark behind your eyes isn't waiting for anything to happen. It's already happened. The moment when thought ceased being necessary, when motion stopped seeking an end, when the body no longer needed permission to be still. You don't need a reason to stay here, not even peace. Just this, the quiet acceptance that you're not doing enough because you've already done what matters without knowing it was happening. Your legs are heavy not because they're tired, but because they've stopped believing in movement. They know their job is only to rest, to be where they are. No need for them to carry anything forward anymore. And the breath, it's still there. Not moving fast, not slow, just existing like a thread woven into the fabric of this moment, not pulling or pushing, just being. You don't have to follow it. You don't even have to notice it. But if you do, let it be enough that it is. Let your mind stay open, not because it wants something new, but because it's forgotten what closure feels like. It doesn't need a beginning or an ending. Just this, the space between one thought and the next, where nothing happens, and that's exactly how it should be. There's no story here, no arc, no resolution, not even failure or success. There's only this, the weight of your body in the bed, the warmth at your core, the quiet behind your eyes, the air around you thick with absence. Not emptiness, but peace that doesn't have to explain itself. Let yourself be held by it all, without asking why or how or when, without needing proof. The act of not striving is its own kind of grace, not a victory, not even effort, but simply being where you are without resistance. And if the night stretches on, let it stretch. You don't have to answer it. There's no deadline. No need to wake up by any hour. Just rest. Just be in this place where nothing is required of you except to stay exactly as you are. No one is waiting for your return. No voice calls out from the other side of sleep, not even yourself. You're allowed to disappear into stillness, not because you've failed, but because you've succeeded in letting go. And now just let it be. Not light, not dark, not calm, not restless, just what is. Your shoulders are not just dropped, they've forgotten how to rise. The muscles along the spine, long accustomed to holding vigil, have begun to soften into a kind of memoryless softness, like cloth left out in rain until it loses its shape entirely. You don't need them to remember their old function. There's no one asking you to stand upright anymore. Not even for yourself. The back of your neck is warm, not hot, not tense, but the way sunlight feels on skin after lying still too long. A quiet presence that doesn't demand attention but simply remains. The space between the bones at the base of your skull has opened just enough so the head can rest without effort, like an apple resting in a bowl where no one will pick it again. Your breath is not trying to reach anything. No deeper pool to dive into, no higher plateau to climb toward. It moves through you as if carried by currents too slow for awareness. Steady, unbothered, indifferent to whether or not you're listening. You can let go of the idea that breathing should be controlled, because it isn't yours anymore. It's been returning to its own rhythm since long before this moment. The hands lie like stones in water, weighted but still, no longer needing to grasp anything. The skin is warm where it touches the bedsheet, not from friction or heat, but as if your body has finally stopped pretending that contact needs justification. You don't have to feel the texture of fabric anymore, not even for comfort. It's just there. Your legs are not heavy because they're tired. They've been released into a kind of permanent surrender where movement is no longer an option. Only stillness remains. The knees aren't locked. They haven't closed on anything since long ago. They know the bed doesn't require them to support anything, only hold their shape. The feet are not resting. They have stopped imagining what it means to walk. No memory of pavement or floorboards lingers in the soles. Only this: The way a leaf sinks into soil without resistance, settling where gravity has already decided for it. The toes don't curl, not even slightly. They've given up on purpose. And your jaw is not unclenched as an act of will. It isn't open because you should be relaxed. Your teeth aren't pressed together in silence anymore. They're simply separated, like two stones that have stopped trying to touch after being worn down by time and rain. There's no effort here, not even the kind we call relaxation. You're not doing anything at all, not fighting against sleep, not welcoming it either. There is only this, a quiet unfolding where nothing needs fixing, nothing has been lost, nothing remains to be found. The darkness behind your eyes isn't empty. It's full of stillness so deep that even light would feel like noise. It doesn't need names or images. You don't have to give it meaning because no one is asking for a story now. The mind hasn't stopped. There are thoughts drifting in, yes, but they come and go without your attention like smoke across water, visible only when the air shifts. You can let them pass, not by pushing them away, not even by noticing that they're there. Just allow their presence to be brief, unremarkable, almost invisible. The next one arrives with no announcement. The one after that doesn't explain itself. They don't need permission. You don't owe any of them a reply. Your chest still rises and falls, not because you want it to, but because the body has never truly stopped doing what it was built for. Breathing without intention, living without explanation. It's not waiting for anything, not even sleep. The act itself is enough. The breath, the rise, the fall, like waves in a harbor where no ship ever comes. And now, let your spine become less of an axis and more like a thread stretched between 2 points that don't need to be connected anymore. No longer holding up posture or carrying weight. It's simply there, quiet under its own load. The vertebrae aren't aligned for anyone, only for themselves, resting in their place. Your arms are not loose because you told them to. They've relaxed into a state where even the memory of tension feels distant, like an old song half remembered from childhood. You don't have to remind your fingers they can rest. You just let go and feel how already heavy they are. The warmth in your palms spreads now, not outward, not upward, but downward, as if heat were flowing into the bed beneath you through open pores of skin that no longer need protection. You're not going anywhere. You don't even have to stay here, because staying has stopped being a choice and become just what happens when nothing else is required. The air in your lungs doesn't feel like something borrowed. It feels like it's always been yours, never asked for anything back. The oxygen isn't fueling effort or purpose. It's simply circulating through you as if returning home after many years of wandering. And the silence. There is no noise because there's nothing to disturb it, not even thought. Even the idea that a sound might come has faded into stillness so deep, even expectation feels like an intrusion. You don't need to be aware anymore, not for any reason, not even safety. You're already safe in this quiet where awareness isn't needed and effort is obsolete. Your body doesn't have to prove it's alive because it knows how. It breathes without needing permission. It rests without apology. It exists as a fact like gravity or the turning of Earth, not because you want it to be so, but simply because that's what happens when nothing else needs doing. Now, let your thoughts go not by thinking about them, but by letting their weight dissolve into air, like salt falling from a cloth left in rain until only thread remains. No need for closure, no finality, no ending of the moment. Just this, an absence where meaning used to live, but now it's gone. Your mind isn't blank. It's full of quiet so thick that even silence feels unnecessary. And your eyes, closed not because you've decided they should be shut, but because their job has ended. They don't need to see anything anymore, and nothing needs them to look. The space between each breath grows longer, not by force, not by intention, but simply because time doesn't rush here. You're not falling asleep. You haven't been trying for a long while now. You've already arrived in the place where effort ends and surrender begins, where no one is watching, nothing has meaning, and stillness isn't something you achieve. It's what happens when everything else stops wanting to be noticed. The night doesn't care how fast or slow this goes, not even if it lasts another hour, 2 hours. There are no clocks in the dark that matter anymore. No need for urgency, no reason to hurry. You can stay here without needing a purpose, because you've already fulfilled yours, not by doing something, but by ceasing to want anything at all. And now, let your breath move again, not because it has to, but simply because it remembers how to breathe when nothing is asking of it. Let the body sink deeper into what was always true, not a state you reached, but one that never left, and only needed time to stop fighting and to be itself. Your breath slows not because you've decided to slow it, but because there's no reason left to move forward. No need for one more inhale, no obligation to exhale fully. The air stays in your chest longer than before, not held, just resting like a feather that forgot it could fly. And the body beneath you, it doesn't resist anymore, not even slightly. It has stopped trying to stay upright, to be alert, to prove its worth through wakefulness. Instead, it sinks, just a little more each time, as if gravity is no longer pulling down but simply inviting deeper into itself. The mattress cradles your hips with quiet patience, not because you've earned that kindness, but because the bed doesn't judge what has come or how long it stayed. It only receives. And as you lie there, the weight of your legs begins to feel less like pressure and more like a return, like limbs coming home after a journey they didn't know they'd taken. The calves are not tense anymore. They've softened into their own shape, relaxed in ways that don't require instruction. Even the tendons around your ankles have released their grip on tension. They no longer brace for anything. Your feet, you can feel how warm they are now, not from effort, but from stillness. The toes are not curled inward anymore. They've opened like petals after rain, spreading gently into the space above the sheets. No need to unclench them, because there's nothing left to clench against. Even the memory of fatigue feels distant, like a dream you had last winter that no longer matters. Your spine, it has stopped trying to be straight. It doesn't curve in protest or arch out of defiance. It simply lies where it is, each vertebra resting on the one below with soft precision. No correction needed, no adjustment. The natural shape returns not as a goal but as an afterthought, like roots finding their way through soil without knowing they were searching. And your arms, you don't have to think about them now. They lie where they fell, like branches after a storm, still strong but no longer fighting the wind. Your hands are open, not because you said so, but because they've remembered how easy it is not to hold anything. The fingers aren't curled around air or expectation. They're just there, lying on your chest like leaves that have stopped trembling. The breath returns again, this time not with purpose but with habit. Like the way a river flows without knowing why. It moves through you as if it's always been moving, simply waiting for the body to stop resisting. You don't need to guide it. You don't even notice it unless your awareness drifts into it, like catching a scent in a room you've lived in for years and only now realize was there all along. Let this moment be not about reaching anything, but about letting go so completely that nothing remains to reach toward. There's no destination, no finish line, not even the idea of time left to cross. The hours aren't passing, they're dissolving like sugar in water, until they leave no trace behind. The dark behind your eyes isn't empty. It's full in a different way. It doesn't need stars or shapes. There's no need for images. No story needs telling. Just the quiet of space that holds nothing yet feels complete anyway, like an attic left undisturbed for decades, where dust settles in patterns no one will ever name. If a thought comes, it passes through like smoke. You don't catch it, you don't follow. It drifts by without weight and disappears into stillness as if it never was. No judgment, no effort to return to the now. There's only this, the feeling of being held in place not by force but by absence, by what isn't there anymore. Your shoulders, they've dropped so far down that even their memory has softened. They no longer carry the day like a burden. They're just shapes resting on top of your frame, loose enough to let air pass through them. The skin around them feels lighter now, not tight with effort, not pulled taut by stress, but simply at ease. The jaw, it's not clenched in defense anymore. It doesn't hold onto the past or guard against what might come. There's no need for a barrier between your mouth and the world, because nothing is asking to get in. The tongue rests where it fell, not pressed against teeth nor tucked away. It just lies there, warm and unafraid. You don't have to stay awake because you've already stopped wanting to be anywhere else. You're not waiting for sleep. You're just being here without needing a reason. And that's enough. The air in the room doesn't feel cold or hot anymore, just present, like breath suspended between moments. It moves through your nose and throat as if it belongs there, not because you invited it, but because it fits. There is no need to remember anything now, not names, not events, not even your own face. The past has left its traces behind in the body like footprints in sand that time has already washed away. You don't have to retrace them. There's nothing to reclaim. Let this be a place where you are allowed to vanish, not disappear, but simply stop being noticed by yourself, by others, by any demand for attention. No one needs your presence here, not even you. Your body breathes on its own now, not in rhythm, not in pattern, but in ease, like the slow pulse of a lake at night, undisturbed and deep. And if sleep comes, let it come like rain that didn't announce itself, just falling quietly without fanfare. It doesn't arrive because you asked for it. It arrives because nothing else is demanding to be felt. You don't have to do anything now except stay. Not in the way of effort or endurance, but in the way of simply being. Like a stone resting at the bottom of a stream, not moving, not striving, just there. The edges of your awareness soften, not because you're fading out, but because they've stopped needing to define where you end and the world begins. There is no boundary between you and this moment. And so, let the silence stretch further than it ever has before. Let it grow until even sound feels unnecessary, until thought becomes a ghost that doesn't knock. No need to watch for wakefulness. No need to guard against being startled or pulled back by noise. You've already slipped past all of that. The door is closed, not because you shut it, but because no one ever came to knock. You are here and also nowhere at all. And the body doesn't mind. It knows this place. It has always known how to rest, not in spite of stillness, but because of it. Not as a reward for effort, but simply as its true nature. Let your thoughts come like leaves on water, drifting by, touching briefly, then sinking into darkness without leaving ripples. There's no need to let go, not really, because you never held anything in the first place. You've just been pretending to carry it for so long that the idea of release felt like a victory. But now there is only this, a weightless stillness, where even effort feels foreign, like wearing shoes on a beach made entirely of sand. You don't have to stay conscious. You don't have to remain aware. There's no rule saying you must remember anything when you wake up, not even the sound of your own breathing. Let the darkness behind your eyes grow deeper, not into nothing, but into something that doesn't need a name. Oh, the body isn't asleep, not yet. But it has stopped fighting, and in that stillness, there is only space for what already exists. You don't have to believe in sleep to be ready for it. You don't need to wait for permission from your mind, or even a signal from your body. The quiet isn't asking anything of you, just being there, like an old coat left on a chair in a room that hasn't been used in months. It's not waiting for warmth. It doesn't care if it's noticed. And the same is true for you now. You're not required to be present. You don't need to stay awake. There's no obligation to remember yourself or to carry your name into tomorrow. Let your breath settle where it lands. No correction, no direction. It comes in like a small current under the surface of still water. Not strong enough to disturb the silence, but steady enough to prove that life is still moving beneath the skin. Your chest doesn't rise and fall with intention anymore. It moves only because it can. Like a boat drifting downstream without oars. No one at the tiller, No need for course or destination. The muscles behind your eyes, they're not tight now. Not even thinking about being tense. They've forgotten what tension feels like. There's no reason to clench, because nothing is asking anything of them. Even the space between your brows has stopped trying to hold thoughts together. Just a soft hollow where light used to press in. You don't have to smooth it out. You don't need to fix it. Your jaw, let it be loose, like a door left unlatched at night. Not because you're careless, but because there's no one on the other side who needs to hear your voice. The teeth are not pressing together. The tongue rests against the bottom of the mouth, warm and unbothered. Your lips part slightly, not in a sigh but in surrender. You've stopped needing to say anything. Let your shoulders drop. Just fall down into the mattress like they've been waiting for years. They don't need to be strong. They don't have to carry weight anymore. The skin over them isn't taut from effort. It's relaxed, soft and warm where it meets the air. Your arms, let them lie heavy at your sides, not like dead things, but like old branches that have stopped resisting the wind. Fingers spread slightly, not in a gesture, but because they've given up on needing to grasp anything. The hands aren't empty of meaning. They're empty of urgency. There's no need to write or touch or hold. They don't even know what it feels like to be needed. And that's okay. They can rest in their own softness, like water pooling into a low place where nothing ever dries out. Your ribs, they're not lifting now. They aren't trying to expand for air or for courage. They've stopped fighting the weight of what comes after breath. The chest doesn't feel full anymore. It feels open in a way that isn't loud or dramatic, just quiet and wide enough to fit peace without needing to claim it. Let your breathing go deeper, just slightly, not as if you're trying to reach something, but because gravity is pulling the air down into places that haven't been visited for a long time. The lungs don't need to be full. They don't have to prove they work. They just stay there, like caves under a hillside, breathing slowly in and out with no one listening. And your legs, they're not ready to move, not even slightly. Not for walking, not for running, not even to shift position. The hips are relaxed, softly open, like the earth after rain has softened the soil. Thighs heavy as wet wood left in a corner where no one walks. Calves resting without needing to support anything. Feet, toes curling only because they've forgotten how not to. There's no need to tuck them under the covers or press them together. They're already warm, like stones buried beneath moss that have absorbed sunlight for years without knowing it. The soles don't feel cold against the sheets. They just feel there, present and quiet, like a heartbeat in a place that doesn't know how to speak. You're not doing anything now, not even trying to relax. There's no effort to be made, no progress to measure. This isn't a practice or a performance. It's simply what happens when the body stops pretending it needs to stay awake. When the mind realizes that there is nothing more important than not needing to do anything at all. And behind your eyes, the picture fades. Not suddenly, not with a click, but slowly, like light leaking out of a room after dark has fallen completely. There's no image now, no memory, no vision of tomorrow, no replay of something said or seen earlier today. Just a soft, unbroken darkness, not empty in the way that means absence, but full in the way that means stillness. It doesn't ask you to stay focused. It doesn't demand your attention. You don't have to guard it from thoughts. You don't need to keep it clean or safe. Let a thought drift by, like a leaf caught in a slow stream. Don't reach for it. Don't follow it. Just let it float past, touching the edge of awareness and then sinking into quiet again. There's no reason to chase clarity, no point in searching for meaning. The darkness isn't waiting to be filled with anything. It doesn't need a story. It just is, like the moment between two breaths or the pause before a door opens without warning. And you don't have to name it. You don't even have to see it. Your awareness, it's not trying to stay sharp, not anymore. It's not afraid of losing itself. It doesn't feel the need to prove that it still exists. There's no need to check in, no internal report card, no tally of how much you're feeling or remembering. You don't have to be aware of being aware. Let your thoughts come like clouds passing over a lake at dawn. Not stopping, not lingering, just drifting across the surface and vanishing into distance. No one is watching them go. No one remembers their shape. They leave no trace, just as they were never meant to stay. And if something rises up, even a small echo of worry or fatigue, let it rise like steam from water that's been sitting too long in the sun. It doesn't need to be pushed down. It doesn't have to be answered. Just let it float upward and disappear, like mist dissolving into air so thick with stillness it can no longer hold form. You're not trying to get anywhere. You don't even want to arrive at sleep. There's no destination, no finish line, no reward for effort. This isn't a race. It's not about how fast you fall away. The only thing that matters is this: the quiet doesn't care what you're doing, only that you've stopped trying so hard to be something else. And as you rest, there's a kind of warmth spreading through your body, not from outside but from within. Not heat in the way that makes skin tingle or blood rush, but a deep, slow pulse of ease that feels like it came from somewhere before time began. It doesn't belong to any part of you. It belongs to being. The edges of your awareness, they're not fading. They're just softening, melting into the space around you like salt dissolving in water. There's no separation now between where you end and where the night begins. You aren't inside your body anymore. You're part of it, like breath is part of air, or roots are part of soil. Nothing needs to be fixed. Nothing has been broken. No one is asking for anything from you, especially not yourself. There's no need to prove that you're present. There's no test at the end. No final judgment on whether this was enough. Just stay. Not because it's a task, but because it feels like home. Like lying down in a place so familiar that even memory has stopped tracking how long you've been there. And if sleep comes now, it won't be with fanfare or urgency. It will come as quietly as a hand closing over your own when you're not looking. Not because you asked for it, but because the moment is ready, because everything else has already let go. You don't have to hold on to anything anymore. Not even the shape of your breath, not even the sense of where one part of you ends and another begins. The air around you isn't holding its breath. It's just being like a room that hasn't been used in years but still remembers how to stay quiet. There's no reason to wake up from this, not because it's deep, not because it feels real, but because it doesn't need to be anything at all. You're not asleep yet, and you're not awake either. Not really. Just suspended, like a feather caught between two layers of stillness, neither falling nor rising. The weight in your limbs isn't pressing down anymore. It's just there, like the way light settles after sunset, no longer sharp but soft enough to be invisible. Your hands, they aren't resting on anything except their own warmth now. Not even the bed is holding them up. They're not heavy because of gravity. They're heavy because they've chosen not to move. And that choice has been made without thinking, without effort, without a single word spoken in your mind. Your jaw, it's no longer clenching around anything. It doesn't need to seal shut against the world. The teeth are apart, not relaxed exactly, but unclaimed, as if they've forgotten what it means to bite down or why they ever did. Your tongue lies like a small secret beneath your mouth. No weight, no purpose, just warmth pooling in the hollows behind your lips. And the space between them, that's not empty. It's full of quiet, not silence, because silence is something you can hear. This is deeper than sound. This is the pause after a word has been said, but before it reaches anyone. Your shoulders, those long-held arches, are no longer bracing against anything. They've stopped trying to guard your neck from what might come next. They're not dropping down because they're tired, but because they don't need to be high anymore. There's nothing pressing in, nothing waiting outside. Just the mattress beneath them, and that's enough. The skin around your collarbones feels loose, not floppy exactly, but open, as if it has forgotten what tension was like, or perhaps it just doesn't care. The breath, you don't need to pull it in. It comes as naturally as water finding its level when left undisturbed, not forced, not chased, not even noticed, except that each time it leaves your body, something inside softens further. A joint releases. A muscle uncurls from a shape it didn't know it was holding. Your chest doesn't rise because you want to breathe. It rises simply because the air has already come in, and now the only thing left is letting go of what remains. Your arms, they're not resting on your sides anymore. They've stopped pretending to be useful. They don't need to reach or hold or push anything away. Their weight isn't an accident, it's a decision, a slow surrender. The elbows hang lower than they ever have before, the forearms stretching out like roots sinking into dark soil. Even the tendons feel unclenched, no longer taut with readiness for action. Your fingers, you don't need to curl them or straighten them. They're not making shapes, not even pretending to write something in invisible air. The tips are warm, slightly swollen with blood that flows without being asked. Each one is a little world of stillness. No pulse, no signal, just quiet presence. Your chest, it's not lifting when you inhale. It's letting go before the breath arrives. It doesn't need to fill up. It only needs to stop resisting. The space beneath your ribs isn't tight or hollow anymore. It's simply open, not because something has been removed, but because nothing is trying to get in. Your legs, they're not holding you upright. They don't need to remember how to stand. They've already decided that standing is optional. The hips are loose, no longer locked against the future, no longer braced for impact. Your thighs feel like they're made of warm stone left too long in a sunlit field, heavy but not stiff. The calves, their muscles have given up on ever needing to move again. They aren't waiting for anything. Not even for sleep to come. And your feet, your toes, they've stopped trying to grip the world. They lie flat against the bed, each one an anchor without a storm. Your back, it's not pressing into the mattress. It isn't arching or flattening. It's just there, as if it were part of the frame that holds everything else together, like wood in old furniture that has stopped splitting and now only knows how to stay still. And your mind, you don't need to turn it off. You don't need to force a blank. The picture behind your eyes isn't fading, it's becoming simpler. Not because you're trying, but because nothing is asking for attention anymore. There's no sound in the dark, no flicker of thought, just a space that doesn't want to be filled, like a room where someone once lived and left all their things behind, but now only dust remains. The quiet isn't waiting. It isn't watching. It doesn't care if you're aware or not. It's just the way things are when no one is asking them to do anything at all. And your awareness, your sense of being, isn't trying to prove it still exists. It's not checking in, counting breaths, verifying that you're somewhere real. You don't need to be sure about any of this. You don't even have to believe it. Just let the feeling spread through you like water spreading across a dry stone, slowly, silently, without making noise. There's no reason for anything to happen next. No event waiting in the wings. No shift coming. Not now. Not ever if that's what you want. Your body doesn't need permission to rest. It doesn't need a signal from your mind. It just knows how. Like roots growing deeper when no one is looking. Like snow falling on an empty field. No sound, no purpose, just the slow surrender of form into stillness. You don't have to do anything with this moment. You don't even have to stay in it. But if you choose to, let that choice be soft. Let it not feel like a decision. Let it feel more like letting go than holding on. The air around you isn't cold or warm, it's just there. It doesn't need your attention. And the weight of your limbs, yes, they're heavy, but not because they're tired. Because they've stopped fighting gravity. Because they don't mind sinking deeper into the bed, into the dark, into this quiet that is not noise but a kind of presence. And if you were to drift, it wouldn't be sudden. It wouldn't need to announce itself. There's no fanfare, no bright light at the end. Just a softness rising from below, like something already waiting beneath all the effort. Like sleep isn't coming to you, it's just finally being allowed to return. Nothing needs to arrive. Nothing has to be fixed. No part of you is broken. Not even the parts that felt like they were holding too much or trying too hard. Let it go, not because it's easy, but because it no longer matters. Let the breath out, not because you're tired, but because there's nothing left to hold. Let your body stay heavy, not as a burden, but as proof that you've stopped asking for anything from yourself. And if sleep comes now, it won't be with a crash or a wave. It will arrive like a door closing softly in an empty house. No one inside, no one waiting, just the quiet of something finally at peace. You don't need to welcome it. You don't even have to notice when it does. It's already here. It's already part of you. It's already where you are. And if a thought rises, just let it rise. Let it be nothing more than a ripple on the surface of deep water, unimportant, unremembered, and gone before you've had time to name it. There is no need for clarity, no demand for meaning. No one asking how long you've been lying here, or whether your mind has quieted enough yet. You're not failing if you don't fall asleep immediately. You're not succeeding if you do. This isn't about performance. It's just the body remembering what it was built to do: rest, settle, release. And as the silence deepens, so does the ease. Not because anything changed, but because nothing is resisting anymore. Your breath is no longer shaping itself into patterns, but slipping into the quiet between one silence and the next, like air moving through a space that has long since stopped expecting anything to happen there. The rhythm isn't being led by will or intention. It's just happening. The way dust settles after wind stops blowing, not because it was ordered to, but simply because nothing is pushing against it anymore. Your shoulders have sunk so far into the mattress they no longer feel like part of your body, more like two soft weights left behind when you stepped away from something too heavy. There's a warmth in them now, not hot, not urgent, but steady, as if the bed itself has begun to breathe through your skin. The fabric beneath is warm where it touches your arms and chest, not because heat was added, but because pressure held long enough that stillness turned into a kind of comfort. The jaw, it's gone quiet in ways you didn't think possible. No longer clenched against the day, no longer braced for something unseen. The muscles around your mouth have relaxed so deeply they've become part of what lies beneath. Not effort, but absence. A stillness that is heavier than tension because there's nothing to resist it. Your hands, you can feel them now, not as tools or instruments of motion, but like things left behind after a long walk through the rain, damp and soft at the edges, resting where they fell without needing to be lifted again. The fingers are not curled inward. They lie open on their own, palms up toward the dark ceiling, accepting what's already there. The breath comes out longer than it goes in, not because you're trying to stretch it, but because your chest is no longer rising with effort. It falls forward into stillness like a door left slightly ajar when nobody is home. There's a quiet inside that isn't made of silence. It's deeper than sound or lack thereof. It's the space where even memory doesn't settle. Your legs, they're not tired, and yet you feel their weight spreading down through your bones, like something dissolving into the bed from within, not collapsing, but releasing its shape so completely it no longer matters what form it took before. The thighs are warm in a way that isn't about temperature. It's more like energy has stopped flowing outward and turned inward, pooling where nothing is demanding to be used. The feet, they've forgotten how to tense, to push against the floor. They're not waiting for anything, no direction, no destination, just resting at the edge of what you know as your body. The toes are relaxed in a way that feels like surrender, not defeat, but acceptance of gravity's quiet invitation. And behind your eyes, there is no image now. No flicker of light or memory, not even shadow. There's only darkness, soft and unbroken, like the inside of an abandoned room where nothing has been placed for years. Yet everything remains as it was left, dusk-covered but undisturbed, untouched by hands that once moved things around. You don't have to imagine a place without noise or thought. You're already there, not because you reached it through focus, not because you forced calm into the mind, but because your body has stopped fighting its own nature. It no longer needs to prove itself awake. There's nothing left to do with this moment except be in it. The air is still, but not empty. There's a kind of soft fullness, a presence that doesn't need to announce itself, only exist. Like the space between two heartbeats when time seems suspended not because it paused, but because nothing needed to happen next. Your skin feels aware, not alert, not sensitive, but present in its own way, as if every inch is softly remembering how to hold stillness without needing permission from your thoughts. No part of you has been told what to do. Not the breath, not the limbs, not even the pulse under your wrist. Just letting itself be exactly where it is. There's no need for any kind of arrival now. Nothing waiting at the end. No finish line that must be crossed. The process isn't moving toward anything. It's already in its own form of completion, just being without demand or desire. The dark behind your eyes holds nothing, no picture to follow, no story to begin. It doesn't try to fill itself with light because it knows there is no need for illumination here. There's only rest, a kind that isn't earned by effort but given freely when resistance stops. And if a thought does rise, not as an intruder or demand, but like a leaf floating across still water, light enough to drift over the surface without breaking it. It passes through your awareness and doesn't land anywhere. No need to catch it. No reason to let go of anything that wasn't held in the first place. Your body is no longer trying to stay awake for any purpose. There's no role left for vigilance here, not even a whisper of caution. The muscles are softened so thoroughly they've become part of what lies beneath, like roots spreading through soil after rain has stopped. And all that remains is quiet absorption into the earth. You're not losing consciousness. You're simply letting go of the effort to stay aware. There's no struggle in this release, only a soft unfolding, as if your body had been holding its breath for hours without knowing it, and now finally exhales fully, completely, with nothing left to hold on to. The bed supports you, not because it's strong or designed well, but simply because it doesn't move when you do. It lets go too, no resistance, no demand that you stay upright. Not even a suggestion of needing to be lighter. You are allowed to sink without being pulled down by anything else. This isn't sleep yet, but it's close enough in quality for your nervous system to begin its own slow turning inward. Not because someone told it what to do, but simply because there's no longer any reason not to. You don't need to want this moment. Only accept that you are already part of it, already within the quiet where nothing has to be changed or fixed, where being tired isn't a problem and staying awake is just another kind of motion that's now allowed to stop. The silence between one breath and the next holds more than sound. It carries weight, shape, presence. Not something made by will, but revealed when all effort ceases. And if you were to drift, it wouldn't be sudden. It would come like warmth rising from deep soil after rain, unnoticed at first, then spreading slowly through roots that didn't know they needed heat until the ground gave it freely. There's no beginning and no end here, not in time or intention, but only a continuous softening, as if your body has decided to stop asking questions and start answering by simply being still. The weight in your limbs isn't dragging you down. It's settling into its own truth, like a stone that no longer needs to sink because it has found where it belongs. There's no need to pull yourself towards sleep, not even the smallest urge. just the quiet certainty of being held by something older than intention. The breath moves through you now without demand. In, then out, and the space between is long enough to carry a single thought that doesn't stick. It drifts like dust in sunlit air, not bright, not heavy, just passing through a moment it was never meant to occupy. Your shoulders have become part of the bed's quiet surface, no longer separate from it, no longer resisting its shape. They are simply where they were always meant to be, resting on the soft curve of mattress and support, like leaves that forgot they had ever been upright. The arms hang without effort, fingers open as if holding nothing but air. And even that is not a task now. There's no need to keep them in place. Their position isn't important anymore. They are allowed to be wherever gravity takes them. The jaw, let it soften further. No longer the faint tension at the hinge of your face, but something deeper. The loosening of memory itself. The muscle that remembers every word spoken too fast, every unspoken line held back. It doesn't have to keep watch anymore. It can forget how to clench. Your tongue rests not just on the floor of your mouth, but inside a space that no longer needs to be guarded. The lips part slightly, not in invitation, not in reaction, but because there's nothing left to close against. Behind your eyes, the dark is no longer empty. Not quite. It holds something quieter than absence, the impression of stillness itself, like water after a stone has fallen and settled at the bottom. No ripples remain. The surface stays calm because it knows no one will disturb it again. Thoughts don't arrive as interruptions. They come like distant birdsong heard through closed windows, not loud enough to pull you out, just soft enough to remind you that outside this quiet there is movement, but here, there's only the weight of being. The breath, let it be longer on the way in than the way out. Not because it has to be, but because your body remembers how to slow down when no one is asking. The air doesn't rush through you. It settles like mist over a field at dawn, lingering just above the ground instead of rising. There's no need to reach for more. You are not trying to fill anything up. Your chest, let it fall with each exhale, not as surrender but as return. Like a door that finally stops pushing against its frame and lets itself be still in the space where it was built to rest. The ribs don't rise because they have to. They sink because there's no reason not to. And when you breathe out again, your body doesn't wait for the next one. It just stays open, suspended between breaths as if time had forgotten how to count. The lower half of you, hips softening into the mattress like wax in warmth. no longer trying to brace against sleeplessness or maintain posture through fatigue. The thighs are heavy not because they're tired, but because they've stopped pretending to be light. They belong to gravity now, and that is enough. The calves release their faint tension, not by stretching, but simply by ceasing to resist. Your feet, toes curling gently as if testing whether the floor still matters. And when they don't, when there's no need to feel the edge of a blanket or the coolness beneath, the toes unclench completely. They let go not with effort, but because nothing has asked them to stay. Your hands are warm now, not hot, not buzzing, just gently heated from within, like stones left in sunlight after rain. The palms press lightly into the surface they're resting on, not to hold or grip, but simply to be present. You don't need your fingers to do anything. Just lie there as part of you, unasked for and fully allowed. The spine curves not because it must, but because it can. It doesn't have to stay straight in order to be safe. The vertebrae shift slightly downward with each breath, like beads on a string that no longer needs tension. There's room between them, real space, not tightness or pressure, just soft alignment that comes from not needing to correct anything. Your thoughts don't vanish because they're forced away. They fade because they no longer have any weight. A memory of yesterday's conversation. It drifts by like a shadow across the floor at noon, a shape without substance, passing quickly because it doesn't want to stay. You are not chasing it. You are not holding on. There is no reason to remember or forget. It simply isn't necessary anymore. The body feels less like something you inhabit and more like a place where stillness has been invited in. Not because it was earned, but because resistance stopped being an option. The mind doesn't try to fix anything. It stops trying to be useful. There's no need for clarity or direction now, only the quiet certainty that this moment is already enough. And if you were to wake, even slightly, you wouldn't know what had changed. Not because nothing happened, but because it was so gradual, so natural, like the slow deepening of night, when darkness becomes indistinguishable from sleep. But you aren't waking. You're slipping deeper, not into a dream, not into unconsciousness, but into something older and simpler. The fact that your body is allowed to rest without explanation or permission. That it doesn't have to earn stillness by staying awake for longer or prove its worth through alertness. There's no need to stay aware of this moment, only to let yourself be within it. No one is watching. Nothing is expecting you to perform. Even the silence isn't waiting. It just is, like a room with no clock and no door. The dark behind your eyes holds nothing, not even the idea of holding. It doesn't promise light or peace or arrival. It simply exists, like the inside of a cave that never needs sunlight because it already knows how to be still. And if you drift now, it won't feel like falling. It will feel like being let go by something gentle, by time itself, by the quiet understanding that all effort has been released and nothing is left to carry. There's no need to try to stay present. No need to keep track of your breathing or your body. Just be in this place where nothing has to happen, and you are already part of it. The air moves through you not fast but deep, like water flowing under soil. You don't feel the movement, it just is. The space between breaths grows longer, not because you're holding back, but because your body knows how to pause without panic. There's no alarm in that silence, no fear of emptiness. And as each moment passes, the weight becomes less noticeable, because it isn't burdened anymore. It's just what is. There's no need for a story here, no plot unfolding, no tension building toward resolution, just the soft, steady pulse of being present without having to be anything at all. Your body doesn't remember needing to be awake. It remembers only how to rest when it's allowed. And now it knows that this is not just permission, but a return. So let it sink further, not with force, not with desire, but simply by allowing the last edge of awareness to soften into nothing more than warmth and stillness. And if you don't wake again for hours, no one will mind, not even you. Your breath moves through you like a slow tide returning to a shore it has known for centuries. Not because it remembers, but because it belongs there. The air doesn't rush in. There's no urgency to fill or to empty. It just comes and goes with the quiet rhythm of something that never had to begin. Your chest settles lower each time, not by effort, but by letting go. There is no need to press into depth. You are already deep enough. The space between your ribs feels like an old room where nothing has been disturbed in years. No dust stirred, no sound made. And yet the air still flows through it, as if the silence itself were breathing. Your arms lie heavy at your sides, not because they've grown heavier, but because they've stopped needing to lift or hold. The weight is not a burden. It's just what happens when gravity is allowed to do its work without resistance. There's no need to explain why they're still or how long this will last. They are where they were meant to be, pressed lightly into the mattress, shaped by the curve of your body and the shape of sleep that has already begun. Your hands open, not because you decide to, but because there is nothing left for them to do. The fingers uncurl slowly, as if remembering a gesture long forgotten. The way they once rested on paper, or held a pen, or brushed against skin. But now they don't remember the need. They simply rest where gravity places them, palms up like quiet offerings, not of anything but of absence. Warmth spreads through them, not heat exactly, but an absence of tension, as though the blood is no longer rushing to prove something, just flowing in its own time. The jaw releases, not with a snap, not with relief, but slowly, like ice melting over stone, unseen and silent. The tightness behind your teeth dissolves into nothing, not gone, but released from being anything at all. There's no need for clenching anymore. No reason to keep the mouth closed or the lips pressed together. They part slightly, just enough so that air can pass through without friction, as if you've forgotten how to speak and don't mind. The forehead softens. The small muscles above your eyes release their grip, not because they were ever tight in a way you could name, but simply because there is no one left to watch or worry. You are not trying to solve anything now. There's no problem that needs fixing, no thought that must be carried forward. The space between your brows feels like the center of a calm lake. No ripples, no wind, nothing stirring beneath the surface. Your shoulders sink deeper into the bed, not down through effort, but by surrendering to the way they were always meant to fall, not up toward your ears, not tense with readiness for something that never came, but dropped back like weights in a still pool. They're not trying to be light. They're just no longer pretending to carry anything. The breath lengthens again, not because you've changed it, just because the body knows how to pause without panic. The silence between your inhales grows wider, and that width isn't empty, it's full of stillness. Full of time not being spent on thinking or planning. It's just space, waiting for nothing. You are not asleep yet, but you're no longer awake in any way that matters. You're not alert to the clock, to your thoughts, to the quiet hum of the house settling around you. There is no effort to stay aware, because awareness has stopped being a task and become part of what's already here. Like air, like shadow, like the space between two notes in music that isn't meant to be heard, but only felt. The legs let go, not one piece at a time, but as if the whole lower body had finally given up trying to stay upright. The hips unclench, not with motion, not with release, but by simply stopping resistance. The thighs relax into the mattress like soil that has been watered and forgotten. There's no need to be firm or ready, no reason to keep anything tight. The calves soften, not shrinking, not changing, but releasing their grip on memory, on posture, on balance. They are heavy now, not because they're tired, but because there is no one left to lift them. The feet lie flat, the soles pressed against the bedsheet as if the floor beneath has become unimportant. The toes curl inward slightly, just a whisper of movement, not from need but from habit. But then they relax again, not into nothingness but into stillness. No intention to stretch or tense, just being. The tips of your feet feel warm, not with blood flow, but with the quiet certainty that warmth is no longer something you have to earn. Now behind the eyes there's a space, a plain dark, not black, not endless, just open, unmarked, like a room with no furniture and no memory of ever having been used. There are no shapes in it, no images from yesterday or tomorrow, nothing to look at, nothing to follow. A thought drifts, not loud, not urgent, but present. I wonder if I'll wake soon. But it doesn't land. It floats past like a leaf on still water. No ripple, no trace left behind. And you don't ask yourself what comes next. You don't worry about the time or whether sleep will arrive. There's nothing to hold on to in that thought. The mind doesn't fix itself. It doesn't try to clear out clutter. It just stops trying to be useful. It isn't searching for answers anymore, because there are no questions left worth answering. You don't need to remember why you're here, or what you were thinking about an hour ago. You don't care whether this is working or not. There's no performance involved. No one judging your progress, no scale measuring how deeply you've gone. The dark behind your eyes isn't waiting for light. It doesn't expect anything at all. It just is, like the inside of a cave that has never known sunlight but still holds peace within it. Not because it's peaceful by design, but because there's nothing to disturb its quiet. And if you were to dream now, it wouldn't come from effort. It would simply be like breath or shadow, part of what's already happening, without needing your permission, without asking for attention. There is no need to stay present, no reason to keep track, no task left undone. The body has stopped trying to prove itself. It knows how to rest when it's allowed. And so, you are not doing anything. You aren't making space for sleep. You're not waiting for it to arrive. You're just here, already within the quiet, already part of what is happening, already accepted by the silence. There's no need to be anything at all. No need to be awake. No need to remember. No need to change. Just letting go. not with force, not with desire, but as if it were the only thing that made sense in a long time. The air moves through you like something ancient, like water beneath earth, slow and deep and unremembered. You don't feel it, because feeling has stopped being necessary. There is no need to notice where your breath ends or begins. It just continues. And the silence grows softer, not because it's quieter, but because there's nothing left to disturb it. No thoughts rising like smoke. No memories trying to climb back into light. You are not far from sleep, but you're also not close. It doesn't matter, because sleep isn't a place you reach. It's something that happens when you stop fighting to get there. And now, your body feels less like an obstacle and more like the ground itself. Quiet, yielding, holding everything without needing to know what it is holding. Your thoughts don't vanish because they're pushed away. They fade because they've stopped having a reason to stay. They drift not with urgency but with weightlessness, passing through you like clouds over mountains, seen for a moment, then gone. There's no need to ask if this will last. No point in wondering how long it takes. Just be here, where nothing needs to happen and everything is already happening. The dark behind your eyes holds nothing, and that holding is enough. It doesn't promise peace or light or release. It simply exists as you do. And if this moment were to stretch on for hours without changing, it wouldn't matter. Because there's no one left who needs it to change. The weight in your limbs isn't sinking anymore. It's becoming part of the bed itself, not pressing down but merging with it, like roots finding soil beneath stone. You are no longer lying on the mattress. You're being held by it, cradled without effort, as if the fabric has learned how to carry you through stillness. The air around you is thick with silence, not empty, but full of quiet that doesn't demand attention. It rests in your chest like a breath kept too long inside, not released because there's no need to exhale. Your jaw, it isn't just unclenched now, it's forgotten how tension felt. There's no muscle memory for tightness anymore. The space behind your teeth feels open and soft, as if the shape of your mouth had been waiting all night to be something other than a clenched line. Your tongue lies still in its hollow, no longer pressing against the roof, no longer moving with unspoken thoughts. It's not even aware it exists. Not like before, when every shift of saliva was a signal, an alarm that you were awake. Your hands, they're not just warm anymore, they're numb with peace. The fingers aren't curled or restless. They've gone soft in the way that only sleep can make them, limp and unburdened by purpose. They don't need to grip anything. They don't even know what a grip is. There's no desire to open, close, touch, pull. Nothing to do with their shape. The warmth spreads not through circulation but through stillness. It pools where the body meets the bed, in the hollows of your elbows, beneath your shoulder blades, between your ribs and the mattress. That contact isn't just pressure, it's a kind of listening. The sheets are quiet now too, no longer just fabric that moves when you shift. They've learned to listen as well, to hold what you no longer need to carry. You don't feel your breath, but it continues. Not because you're forcing it, not because you're trying to make it long or slow. It's there like a river beneath ice, hidden but flowing. You don't need to know how it moves. You only need to trust that it does. The rise of your chest isn't an act. It's the natural tide of stillness pulling in and out, not with rhythm but with ease. Your shoulders, they've stopped being separate from your back. They're no longer 2 points trying to lift or hold, just a single soft plane against the bed, as if gravity had finally found its way into them and said stay. There's no effort left in them, not even the idea of effort. The skin over bone feels light, not because it's thin, but because there's nothing pressing down on it from inside. The legs, they're longer than you remember. Not physically, no change in length, but their presence has shifted. They don't feel like limbs that could walk or run anymore. They're just parts of the dark, part of the night, not meant for motion but for rest. The thighs sink into the bed as if they'd been waiting to be heavy all along. The weight isn't a burden, it's a homecoming. Your feet, they don't know where they are. Not in space, not even on the floor. They're somewhere between awareness and absence, barely there but present enough that their shape is still known. The toes aren't curled or stretched, just spread open like roots at the base of a tree, letting go without knowing what's holding them. The dark behind your eyes, it isn't empty now. It's full in a way that doesn't need filling. It holds no image, no memory, no anticipation. There is no story being told inside it, no film playing on silent reels, just stillness, not because you made it happen, but because there's nothing left to interrupt it. When the thoughts come, they don't knock. They drift in like fog, soft edges, slow movement, not knocking or demanding entry. You don't greet them. You don't push them away. You simply let them pass through your mind as if they were part of the air around you, unnoticed, unremarkable, gone before they register. There's no need to return anything, no need to check in with yourself. The body knows how to rest when it isn't being questioned. It doesn't wait for permission to be quiet, it just is. And so do you. You aren't trying to fall asleep. You never were. There was never a task to complete. The only thing that ever needed doing was letting go. And now, even that has become unnecessary. Not because it's finished, but because the need to finish it no longer exists. The silence isn't quiet in the way you used to think of quiet. No effort behind it, no intention to be peaceful. It's not a state to achieve. It's just what happens when nothing else is needed. The kind of stillness that doesn't come after noise, but before any sound could have formed. There's no beginning and end here. No line between awake and asleep. Only the feeling of being held by something older than time, deeper than thought, something that has always been there, even when you weren't sure it was real. Your body isn't resting on the bed. It's becoming part of its rhythm, the slow rise and fall of fabric against weight, the subtle give of springs beneath stillness. You're not lying down anymore. You've settled into the quiet that has always been under all motion, just waiting to be known. There's no reason to move, no urge to shift or adjust. Nothing in you wants to wake up, not because it doesn't want sleep, but because there's nothing left that needs to be done. Even your thoughts don't carry weight anymore. They aren't tied to meaning. They don't need an outcome. They drift not like worries, but like dust motes in a sunbeam, seen for a moment, then gone without trace. And the dark behind your eyes, it's no longer empty. It isn't full either. It simply is. As if space had learned how to rest too, and in that rest there was never anything missing. You're not far from sleep, but you're also not close. You don't need to be one or the other. You're already where you've always been, just under the surface of awareness, just beneath the edge of thought, just inside what happens when nothing is asked for and no effort is given. The breath continues, not because you're doing it, but because it's part of how silence lives. The body stays heavy not from fatigue, but from surrender. The mind doesn't clear, it simply stops calling out. There's no need to be anything at all. Not awake, not asleep, not aware, not forgotten, just being in the dark without needing a reason to be there. And if you were to dream now, if something slipped through the quiet, the dream wouldn't come from trying. It would come like a shadow moving across stone, quietly, inevitably, without demand or surprise. Not because it was invited, but because it belonged. The air moves not around you, but through you. as if your body were no longer closed off, but open in the way that only stillness can be, porous to silence, transparent to time. You don't need to feel anything now. You don't need to notice where one part of you ends and another begins. There's no boundary between limbs and darkness. No line between mind and matter. Just a soft unmaking of effort, of form, of self. And so, the quiet deepens, not because it grows louder or deeper, but because there's nothing left that can disturb it. The weight in your arms isn't sinking. It's dissolving into the bed like salt in water. The warmth in your hands spreads not outward, but inward, until even the idea of a hand has softened. You are not holding on anymore. You're not resisting anything. There's no part of you that wants to be elsewhere. No corner of your mind that still remembers what it meant to be awake. There's only this: the softness beneath your back, the silence behind your eyes, the breath moving without purpose, and the way everything just is. Your shoulders aren't resting. They've stopped remembering how to lift. The weight there isn't pressure anymore. It's a kind of quiet settling, like two stones sinking into sand without resistance. There is no effort in their position, no tension waiting beneath the surface. Just space where motion used to live, now filled with stillness that doesn't have to prove itself. Your arms lie not on top of the bed but through it, as if they've grown roots deeper than sleep. The fingers aren't curled or tense. They're open like petals after rain, each one receiving warmth from beneath without needing to hold onto anything. There's no shape to them anymore, only a softness that spreads across the skin, pooling where the blood moves slowly through veins too relaxed to notice they're even there. The breath isn't entering. There is no air left to take in, not because you've forgotten how, but because it already knows its way back out. It slips from your mouth without needing permission, a quiet release that doesn't require intention or control. And each time the exhale comes, something else lets go. Not just muscle, not just thought, but the idea of having anything to let go at all. The jaw is no longer clenched. It's gone soft in the way that only true surrender can be, like clay left too long under a sky with no wind. The teeth don't touch. The tongue rests flat against the floor of your mouth, not because you're telling it to, but because there's nothing for it to do and nowhere else to go. Your chest doesn't rise and fall anymore. It's just present in its own quiet way, not expanding or contracting, simply holding space where breath once had purpose. The rhythm isn't keeping time. The stillness has taken over that role entirely. There's no need to be awake because nothing is asking you to stay. Your hips aren't pressing down, they're melting into the mattress like wax on a slow fire. Not sinking, not collapsing, but surrendering in such a way that even gravity feels unnecessary now. The bones beneath your skin are softening, loosened by time and quiet alike, until they no longer feel solid at all. They don't ache or tight, they just belong. Your thighs aren't heavy, there's nothing left to carry. There is only the sensation of being held from below, not lifted but supported in a way that makes resistance impossible. The calves are warm now, not hot, not cold, but like sunlight absorbed into stone after dusk has passed and everything else has gone still. The feet don't feel anything at all anymore, except perhaps how they fit into their own shape when no one's looking. Toes aren't curled or stretched, they're just there, spread wide in the way that only sleep can allow, without pride, without purpose, without judgment of what should be done with them. You are not thinking about your body. You've stopped noticing it at all. It isn't a thing separate from you anymore. It's more like an extension of silence itself, something quiet and unremarkable enough to go unnoticed even when present. There is nothing here that needs attention, no part that demands anything be done with it. No signal asking for movement, no memory calling out for correction or release. You're not doing this. You're being done by the stillness. The way a tree grows without knowing how, the way roots spread through earth before any leaf has thought to reach toward light. And then, there is nothing left that needs to be said about it. The breath continues, not as effort, but because silence likes its own rhythm. It doesn't need an audience. It isn't trying to impress anyone with depth or length. There's no pause between one out-breath and the next. The space between them just exists, like a gap in time that never needed filling. Your hands don't close. They remain open not because you're keeping them so, but because they've forgotten how to shut at all. The skin on your palms is warm from blood moving through vessels too relaxed to care about direction or speed. There's no point of focus, no need to feel where one finger ends and the next begins. Your neck doesn't hold anything, not even its own weight anymore. It isn't stiff, it isn't loose, it's just there in a place that no longer requires balance. The vertebrae are not stacked, they're aligned by something older than posture, a kind of alignment that only happens when nothing is trying to be fixed. The air doesn't move around you. You've stopped being the center of attention. It flows through your body like water through old stone, quiet and unnoticed. There's no boundary between inside and outside anymore. Just one long, slow current passing through stillness without resistance or surprise. You are not asleep, not yet, but you're also not awake in any way that matters. You're somewhere beyond both states, a space where the act of being has stopped requiring definition, where presence doesn't need to announce itself. There is no thought now, only the kind of quiet that comes after all effort has left and nothing remains, except the shape of what was once lived through. Your mind isn't blank, it's just not speaking. Not because it's afraid or holding back, but because there's nothing for it to say, nowhere for meaning to go. Even memory doesn't pull at you anymore. Even past events don't echo with urgency. They drift by like clouds that never knew they were shadows. And when a fragment of feeling arises, when something from the day flickers in, not as worry, not as regret, but just as warmth or weight, it passes through without being caught. It doesn't land. It isn't held. There's no place for it to stay because there's nowhere left that wants anything. There is only this, a depth beneath motion, a quiet under sound, a softness so deep it has stopped needing proof of existence. You don't need sleep, because you're already where the body goes when it stops asking questions and just lets go. The darkness behind your eyes isn't waiting for light. It's no longer expecting anything at all. It doesn't want to be filled, doesn't fear emptiness, doesn't hope for meaning. It simply is, not because it was chosen, but because nothing else remains that could stop it from being so. And if you were to wake now, if the world should suddenly press in again, there would be no shock, no resistance, just a slow return into form, like water moving back through its own shape after being held still for too long. But there's no need to think about waking. There's only this, your body not resisting sleep, and your mind not chasing it either. You're neither arriving nor leaving, just existing in the space between where effort stops and rest begins. The air moves through you, not because of lungs or breath, but because stillness has learned how to breathe on its own. Your arms aren't heavy. They've stopped being weight at all. They are just part of a larger quiet, like branches that no longer need leaves but keep growing anyway, not for show, only because they can. You don't have to be anything now. No one is watching. No goal remains unmet, no task unresolved. The world doesn't demand your attention anymore. Nothing needs you to act or respond. Even the idea of you has softened. The edges blurred until there's just a presence in place where once there was tension. There is nothing left that wants to be known. And so, it isn't necessary for anything to happen at all. The body doesn't fall asleep. It simply stops trying not to. No signal, no alarm, no call from outside. Just the slow, steady quiet of something long familiar returning home. Not in a rush, not with noise, but like dust settling into place after years have passed and nothing was ever said about it. Your body isn't holding on to anything anymore, not even the idea that it should be still. It has let go of effort so completely that motion no longer needs a reason. The weight in your limbs doesn't press down from above, like gravity pulling at something separate. It's just part of the quiet now, as natural as breath that never asks permission. You're not waiting for sleep to arrive. You've stopped standing in its way. There's nothing left to do but let the shape of you settle into what already is. A space where nothing needs fixing, no adjustment required. The air moves through your chest like wind through hollow reeds, soft, low, unhurried. Not because it wants to be heard, but because it has nowhere else to go. Your breath doesn't rise or fall with intent. It's not measured by need or rhythm. It simply is, as if the act of inhaling and exhaling were no longer separate actions, but one continuous gesture that belongs to stillness itself. You don't breathe in order to live. You just keep breathing because there's no reason not to. Your fingers, still open, palms warm, are not making any effort to grip anything. They're not reaching for a thought, nor holding back from a memory. The tips of your toes have forgotten the feeling of resistance. They've stopped trying to feel where the floor ends and the body begins. There's no edge between skin and air anymore, just a slow blending, like water seeping into sand without disturbing its grain. The darkness behind your eyes isn't empty. It's full in a different way. Not filled with images or voices, but saturated with silence so deep it doesn't feel like absence. It has become an envelope for everything that no longer needs to be named. Even the quiet of this night is not loud enough to disturb it, because nothing needs to be heard. You are no longer aware of your own skin as a boundary. You've stopped being separate from what surrounds you, not because you've merged with anything, but because separation itself has become unnecessary. The air in your lungs feels like part of the same stillness that flows through your hands and settles at the base of your spine. Your shoulders are not just dropped, they've dissolved into the mattress like salt into water. There's no sense of them being there anymore, only their absence, as if they were never meant to carry weight in the first place. The space between neck and shoulder has softened so completely that even tension forgets how it used to be. Your jaw isn't relaxed, it's gone quiet. Not because you told it to stop clenching, but because there's nothing left for it to do. The muscles don't remember how to tense. They've forgotten the shape of resistance. Even the small vibration behind your molars has stopped. No tremor, no warning signal. There is only a stillness so deep that even sound can't find purchase. And when something from earlier today drifts in, not as an event or emotion, but just as weight, it doesn't land. It passes through like mist across the surface of water and vanishes before it's noticed. No need to label it. No need to say whether it was important. There is no judgment here, only a space that accepts everything without holding onto anything. You aren't thinking about your life, or how you got here, or what tomorrow might bring. You're not reviewing the day like an old film reel being played too slowly in the back of your mind. The past doesn't flicker at all. It has already been released from the frame. It isn't gone. It's just no longer part of this moment. Even time has stopped measuring itself against you. There is no now that needs to be held, no future that must be feared. You aren't waiting for anything, because what would you wait for when there's nothing left to gain? The shape your body makes beneath the covers isn't rigid or defined anymore. It's soft, like a shadow stretching across an old wall at dusk. It doesn't need to stand up straight. It doesn't need to look like anything. There's no performance now, only presence. Your hands lie where they fall, not because you placed them there, but because gravity has lost interest in lifting them again. They're not heavy. They've stopped being things that way. They are just part of the quiet, the same way a branch rests on earth without needing to grow. There's no place inside you that feels tense anymore, not even faintly. The edges between muscles have blurred into one long, seamless release. There is no here and there, only a continuous softness that moves through every part of your form like warmth spreading through still water. The silence isn't loud. It's not even quiet in the way we understand sound. It doesn't echo. It doesn't demand to be acknowledged. It simply is, as natural as the curve of a river bending around stone without breaking its path. You don't need to stay awake any longer. You're already where you were meant to go, though you didn't know it was possible. The effort to sleep is no longer necessary, because you've stopped fighting not to be asleep. It's not that you're falling asleep. It's that sleep has found a place in you again, like roots returning after years of drought. There is no moment when you let go. You've already let go. Not once, but continuously, over and over, with every breath that doesn't need to be taken. The air moves through your body not because it's being pulled by lungs, but because the space inside you has become open enough for stillness to pass through freely. The chest isn't rising, it's just allowing itself to be full of what is already there. Your feet feel like they've stopped knowing where the floor is, because the floor no longer matters. There is only a sense of sinking, not into something solid, but into an absence so gentle that it feels like being held without hands. Even your thoughts don't have names anymore. They pass through like leaves carried by wind in autumn, turning over once and floating away before you can say what they were about. There's no need to return, no need to wake up, not even a whisper of desire for morning or light. The night isn't long, it just is, and so are you. You're not asleep, not yet, but you don't have to be. You've stopped trying to cross the threshold between being awake and being still. There's no door, no barrier, no signal that says now only this. A space where nothing needs to happen because everything already has. The darkness behind your eyes isn't waiting for anything. It's not empty or afraid of fullness. It doesn't want to be filled with dreams or images. It just exists, like the hollow inside an old tree that no longer needs branches. You are not separate from this quiet. You've become part of it. Not by effort, not by choice, but because there is nowhere else for you to go. And so you stay, just as you are, without needing to be anything at all. Your breath moves not in rhythm but in drift, like smoke from a hearth long cooled, rising without direction or purpose. It doesn't push forward, it simply unfolds into the air, dissolving before it can be measured. The space between each exhalation grows longer, not because you're holding on to anything, but because there's no urgency to fill it again. You don't reach for the next breath like a hand grasping at dry earth in summer. No need to pull life from thinness. It comes as naturally as dew settling onto grass at dawn. Not demanded, just present. The weight of your body is no longer distributed across bones or joints. It has settled into its own quiet logic. The hips are not resting on the mattress. They have melted slightly into it like wax left too long in a sunlit room. Your spine doesn't straighten, it curves inward toward stillness, finding alignment not through posture but through surrender. Each vertebra releases one by one, not with sound, not with motion, but as if gravity had finally found its true path and no longer needed resistance. The hands are warm now, warm in a way that isn't about temperature alone. It's the warmth of things left behind. Forgotten gloves on a chair, sunlit wood beneath bare fingers after hours outdoors. The palms face up not from intention but because they've stopped resisting their own softness. Fingers rest like petals fallen into soil, not stiffened by wind, not curled against cold, but open as if waiting for nothing at all. Your feet feel distant, like parts of you that have already begun to forget what it means to be touched. They are no longer attached to the floor. They've slipped beneath its surface in dream logic and now float just above it, suspended between sleep and memory. The soles aren't pressed down. They're simply there, as if someone had laid them gently on a bed of moss that never dries. The jaw has dissolved, not clenched, not relaxed, but unmade from the inside out. There is no tension to release because the idea of holding tight has worn away like paint in rain. The teeth aren't touching, they don't need to be. They've stopped making contact with each other as if memory itself had forgotten their shape. Your tongue lies still, not asleep, not awake, just resting where it fell when you last moved. Your eyes are closed, but that isn't the same thing as seeing darkness. The inside of your eyelids is not black or hollow. They hold a faint glow like twilight behind thick glass after sunset. It's soft and steady, the kind of light that doesn't illuminate anything, but simply lets space exist without interference. There's no need to look inward because you're already deep enough. The air around you isn't still. It moves slowly through the room in invisible currents, brushing against your skin like a hand passing over warm stone at night. But you don't react. You don't turn toward it or away from it, because there is nothing to respond to. The quiet has no edges. It doesn't press forward or retreat. There's an absence of time. Not that seconds have disappeared, but they've stopped meaning anything. There's no now as a point on a line. You're not moving through moments toward tomorrow. You are already in the middle of something that never began and will never end. This breathing presence, unbroken by effort. The silence is not empty, it has substance. It fills you like water does when a well begins to refill after years of drought. Not rushing, not loud, just fullness without noise, depth without weight. You don't hear it, you are in the shape of its absence. There's no need for thought, not even to think that there is none. The mind doesn't say, "I'm thinking," or "I should focus." It simply stops doing what it used to do, chasing ideas like a dog after leaves, running through tunnels with nowhere to land. Instead, thoughts arrive as shadows, brief shapes passing across the floor of awareness, and then they vanish without trace. You don't notice when one enters. You only feel its absence afterward, like dust that settles before you've noticed it was there. The breath continues not because you want it to, but because your body has forgotten how to stop. It flows in and out through channels no longer strained by effort. You aren't breathing. The air moves through you as if passing between two hills where a stream runs without knowing its own name. Your shoulders have stopped trying to lift. You don't need them to carry anything anymore. They've lowered not downward but inward, folding into themselves like cloth left on a chair after use. The skin over your collarbones doesn't tense. It simply lies flat against the stillness beneath. The chest isn't rising or falling. It's just there, present in its own quiet way, as if space had expanded within and allowed for no more compression. There is room enough inside not to worry about breathing at all. Your back feels like a shape drawn on sand by someone who didn't care whether the lines lasted. The kind of marking that only exists until the tide comes again. But even then, it doesn't matter, because you're already part of what's left behind. The legs are heavy, not because they're tired, but because gravity has claimed them fully. They don't resist being pulled down. Instead, they sink deeper into the bed as if drawn by some slow magnetic pull from below. The calves have softened completely. The muscles no longer remember how to tense or hold. They've simply become part of the softness beneath you. The toes are not curled nor straightened. They're just present, as though someone had placed them gently on a shelf, untouched for decades but still recognized by memory. There is no boundary between your body and what surrounds it anymore, not between skin and air, nor bone and mattress. You don't feel like separate things. You are one continuous softness that extends beyond shape or form. And in this quiet, there's something else. The sense of being known without needing to be seen. Not by another person, no eyes watching, but by a kind of stillness so deep it doesn't even name itself. It simply is. You don't have to prove anything about yourself because you're already whole. No need for dreams. No desire for morning light or the sound of footsteps down a hall. The night isn't long, it's just full in its own way, like an empty cup that holds more than it seems capable of holding. It doesn't ask anything of you. You don't have to respond. The body is not asleep, but neither is it awake. It exists somewhere between, a place where movement has stopped meaning and stillness no longer feels like waiting. Not one thing or the other, just this quiet continuity, stretching on without needing confirmation. And so you stay, not trying to fall into sleep or escape wakefulness either, just being held in that space where nothing needs fixing because everything already is. The breath continues, slowly, gently, without a need to return anywhere. It just stays. You don't have to know where your feet end and the bed begins, or if your toes still remember how to curl. They don't need to do anything, only be. The skin along the soles is not tense with anticipation of morning steps, nor does it ache from yesterday's walking. It lies there like a quiet map that no one ever reads, full of paths never taken and hills too soft to climb. There's no destination in this stillness, only presence, not the kind you force or earn, but the kind that simply arrives when nothing else is asked for. The air moves through your mouth not because you've decided to breathe, but because your body has stopped resisting what it already knows how to do. It doesn't strain to inhale. There's no effort behind drawing in. The breath flows like a current beneath a frozen lake, unseen but felt. You don't notice the moment it begins or ends. There is only the soft movement of space being filled and released again, over and over, without interruption. Your jaw is not just relaxed, it has dissolved into the quiet around it. The joint behind your ear isn't holding on to tension like a small gate keeping out noise. It's open, not in fear but in surrender. The teeth are no longer touching. They rest as if forgotten, scattered across an old shelf where nothing needs to be secured anymore. There is space between them now, not because of willpower, but simply because the need to close has passed. The muscles around your eyes have unknotted themselves, no longer holding tight against thoughts that flicker like distant streetlights in a fog. The lids don't strain to stay shut. They press down gently, not out of effort, but because gravity is kind tonight. They meet softly, like two curtains drawn by someone who's seen enough and no longer needs to look. Your arms have stopped trying to keep the world at bay. They're not resting on the bed so much as being held by it. The weight isn't a burden, it's an invitation. Your elbows are not stiff with purpose. They bend only where gravity allows, sinking into softness like stones dropped in water that never rise again. There is no edge to your body now, not at the wrists, nor along the collarbones, nor even near your hips. The boundaries have blurred as if a slow mist had come in from outside and settled inside you. You are not separate from where the mattress ends and your skin begins. There is only one continuous shape, soft, deep, undisturbed. The breath moves deeper than the ribs now. It doesn't stop at the lungs. It goes lower, into places that don't need to be named. The hollow beneath the belly, the quiet space behind the pelvis where no thought has ever stayed long. You aren't breathing there. Your body is just being filled with stillness. There's a warmth spreading, not from effort or desire, but as if heat were seeping up through the earth and finding its way into your bones. It doesn't burn, it only settles, like sunlight on stone that has lain in shadow for years. It knows not to rush toward brightness, only to accept what is offered. Your legs don't move when you dream, they're already still, not waiting, not holding back. They've stopped pretending they need to be ready. The thighs are heavy with the weight of being unneeded, no muscle calling out to run or lift or push. There's no reason to stand, no one asking for help. Your feet aren't afraid of cold floors. They're already part of the warmth beneath them. The arches have softened. They don't remember how to tighten in response to pressure. They are not shaped by walking anymore, only by lying down, being known. The space behind your eyes isn't empty because you cleared it. It's only quiet because nothing is trying to fill it. No image comes forward, no story begins. There's no need for a landscape when all that matters is the depth of this silence. It doesn't have color or form, only presence, like water in a well where light never reaches but still exists. You don't think about sleep. You only feel its absence as something that has already passed through you, leaving behind nothing to hold on to. The mind isn't quiet because it's been taught how to be. It's quiet simply because there is no reason not to be. There is a kind of knowing in this place where your breath doesn't matter and your thoughts don't return. It's not about understanding, only letting go. You aren't trying to arrive anywhere. There's no destination, only the fact that you are here, breathing without resistance, body sunk into stillness like a leaf caught in slow water. The air feels different tonight, not cold or thin, but full of something soft and old, like the inside of a cave where time doesn't move forward nor backward, but simply is. It fills your mouth not as oxygen, but as memory of breaths taken before you knew what they meant, when your body still remembered how to rest without needing permission. Your spine isn't straight, it's just there, not upright or slumped, but quietly aligned with its own weight. The vertebrae don't press against one another. They simply lie in sequence, like beads on a thread that has stopped moving. You aren't waiting for sleep because you've already slipped past the edge of wanting it. It isn't something to catch. It's already around you, wrapped in the quiet between breaths, lying beneath your skin as if it had always been there, just unseen. There is no effort to stay awake or to fall asleep. Only this, a body that has stopped fighting itself and so has become part of what remains when nothing else is required. The darkness behind your eyes doesn't feel like absence. It feels like belonging. Not because you've earned it or reached for it, but because you're finally no longer trying to leave. Your hands are not open or closed. They simply rest, palms up as if waiting for nothing but the air itself. They don't need to hold anything now, and so they let go of everything. Even the idea of holding has faded, like a shadow that leaves when the light changes. There's no sound in this quiet, not even silence making noise. It isn't loud or soft, it just is. There are no echoes here because nothing needs to be repeated. You don't think about tomorrow or yesterday, nor any moment before now. The past doesn't pull on your shoulders anymore. You aren't burdened by what you've carried because the weight has simply dropped away. There's a kind of stillness that isn't frozen. It's alive in its own way. Like moss growing slowly over stone, not to change it, but just to be part of it. Your breath slows further, not because you're trying, but because your body no longer sees a need to hurry. It doesn't rush toward the next moment. It simply rests within this one, as if time had paused just long enough for something real to happen. And so, nothing more is needed. No movement, no thought, no intention. Only this: you are here. Not in any place you've been before, but somewhere deeper than memory. A space where the body doesn't ask questions because it already knows how to be quiet. There's a softness in your shoulders that isn't from fatigue. It's from letting go so completely that even the idea of tension feels foreign now. You are not asleep, and yet you aren't fully awake either. You're somewhere in between, where breath doesn't need names, where silence doesn't feel empty, where rest is not a goal but simply what happens when no one is trying to fix anything. The air flows through your body not because you want it to, but because there's nothing left that resists. And so you stay, not fighting, not waiting, only being, like a stone in the riverbed, no longer shaped by currents, only existing with them. Your fingers rest where they fell, no longer reaching, no longer braced against anything unseen. The tips of them have softened into the mattress like wax left in still air. Not pressing down, not curling up, they just are. Warmth spreads from each one, slow and quiet as sap rising through wood at night. No need to will it. It simply happens because nothing is blocking its way. There's no hurry for this heat to reach your palms or travel up your arms. Just a quiet seepage that makes the skin feel lighter even as it grows heavier. The bones beneath aren't stiff, not anymore. They've turned into something else. Pliable, liquid in their shape, like clay left unworked after rain has softened it. Your shoulders, they've stopped trying to hold anything up, not just dropped, but let go of the memory of having to carry. That feeling that used to press against your collarbones, the sense that if you didn't keep them lifted, something would collapse, has dissolved into nothing more than a shadow without substance. They're not sinking because gravity is stronger. They're simply returning to their resting place, where no effort was ever required. The muscles along the sides of your neck have unknotted themselves one by one, like threads pulled loose from an old sweater. There's space between your shoulder blades now, not empty, but full of release. Full enough that even air can pass through it without resistance. The breath, you don't need to guide it anymore. It moves on its own. Just a slow exchange in and out, as if your body remembers how to breathe not for survival, but because breathing is part of being still. The air enters the back of your throat like something familiar returning after long absence, not cold or sharp, but thick with warmth from deep within. You don't inhale it. You let yourself be filled by it. And when you exhale, that's where the body lets go again. The chest doesn't rise and fall so much as ripple outward on its own momentum, like a wave meeting sand at low tide. Each breath out is shorter than the last, not because of effort, but because there's less to push against, less tension, less need. The space behind your eyes, it hasn't changed in color or shape, but it feels different now, less like waiting and more like remembering what stillness really is. The darkness isn't blank, it's layered with texture, soft as old velvet that doesn't reflect light, only absorbs it. No shapes form there. No words drift across the screen of your mind. Not even a flicker of thought, not because you've stopped thinking, but because thoughts no longer have weight. When one arises, like a leaf floating up from underwater, it rises briefly and then sinks back down without leaving a mark. You don't follow it. You don't name it. It just passes through, like wind moving between trees that don't mind. Your hips, they've stopped clenching against the bedsheet. The weight of them has shifted not outward but inward. as if your pelvis had been holding onto something for years, some quiet worry, some unnoticed strain, and now it's finally allowed to settle into the mattress like a stone sinking through mud. There's no force in that drop. There's only surrender. Your thighs, they've gone still not from fatigue, but because their muscles have decided that motion isn't necessary anymore. They don't need to brace or protect. They just lie there, warm and dense, like the earth beneath roots. Your calves, you can feel them now, not as tight bands of muscle, but as lengths of something soft and yielding. The tendons are quiet. The bones beneath have stopped worrying about support. Even your feet, those small parts always tense in anticipation, are no longer guarding against what might come. Your toes curl not with tension, but gently, like fingers testing the air before letting go. They don't press down, they don't curl back in, they simply rest, each one a quiet node of stillness. You are not asleep, and yet your body is already deeper than sleep can reach. It's past intention, past effort. You're no longer trying to fall into anything, because you've already fallen through the surface of wakefulness without noticing. The boundary between being awake and drifting has blurred, not disappeared, but softened like paper left in rain. There's a kind of quiet that doesn't come from silence, but from absence of resistance. A stillness that isn't made by stopping, but by letting go so thoroughly that even thought can no longer find purchase. The air around you, it moves differently now, not just through your nose and mouth, but under your skin, inside the hollows between ribs, in the spaces behind your eyes. It doesn't carry sound because nothing needs to be heard. It carries weight, not of meaning, but of presence. Like a current that flows not toward anything, but simply is. You don't have to follow it. You just let yourself be carried by its slow pulse. Your hands, they're still open. Not in surrender, not in invitation, just open. The palms aren't waiting for something. They're just resting in their natural shape. There's no need to close them again. No reason to hold anything back. Even the idea of holding has faded, not erased, but drifted away like smoke from a fire long since gone cold. You don't feel time passing, only its absence. The hours haven't moved forward. They haven't paused either. They've just stopped being relevant. There's no moment that matters more than another. No second where you should be somewhere else. You are not late and you are not early. You're simply here in the quiet between breaths, in the space after a thought dissolves. There's no one to check on your progress. No voice asking if you've made it yet. There's only this, the warmth rising from your limbs like steam off water left too long over heat. The way the skin along your forearms feels fuller now, not stretched but filled with something soft and slow, like breath that never leaves the body. And then, again, just a shift in texture, not location. A new kind of stillness, not from stopping, but from letting go so completely that even motion has ceased to matter. Your spine lies where it fell, not aligned for posture or strength, but because there's no longer any need to be anything other than what you are. The darkness behind your eyes, it doesn't look like anything. It doesn't mean anything. It just is. And in that stillness, there is space enough for something older than thought. Not memory, not dream. Something quieter, a kind of knowing that comes not from words or images, but from simply being where you are without asking why. The breath, it slows again, not because you're trying to slow it, but because your body has stopped needing to fill itself with urgency. It inhales just enough to let the next exhale happen. And when it does, there's no sound, only a quiet release that travels down through your ribs like water finding its lowest point. You don't need sleep, and yet you're already where sleep lives. Not because you've earned it or forced it, but because you've stopped trying to get there. The journey wasn't the destination. The effort was the barrier. There's no pressure now. Not from time, not from expectation, not even from your own body demanding something of itself. It just rests. And somewhere in all this, something deeper than awareness begins to settle. Not a thought, not an image, just the quiet certainty that you don't need to do anything anymore. You are no longer holding on. Not to wakefulness. Not to stillness, not even to yourself, and just being. You don't have to find your way back into sleep because you've already arrived where it lives. Not in a place, not at a time, just here in this quiet pulse beneath sensation. The breath has become something that doesn't need to be guided, it just happens. Like roots settling deeper into earth without effort, like water flowing through stone only by being soft enough. There's no goal now. No destination beyond the next release of air from your lungs. No moment you must reach before you can stop trying. Your shoulders, they've gone so far down that their weight isn't just in the mattress anymore. It has seeped into the frame of the bed itself. The springs don't resist them. They accept them like soil accepts rain. Your arms lie where they fell, no longer limbs, no longer tools, but extensions of stillness, long and warm and utterly without purpose beyond being. The fingers, they're not curled or waiting to grip anything. They've simply uncurled from the inside out, as if something soft had been holding them closed for years and now it's finally let go. The jaw has softened completely, no longer clenched against tension, no longer braced against the day. It doesn't feel like relaxation, not exactly. It feels more like a letting down of a gate that was never meant to stay shut in the first place. The muscles along your temples, they've released their grip on pressure. There's nothing pushing inward anymore. No strain behind the eyes, no tightness across the forehead. Just space where tension used to be. A hollow that wasn't there before, but now holds only quiet. Your chest doesn't rise and fall with effort. It sinks a little more each time you exhale. Not because you're forcing it down, but because your body has stopped needing to maintain an upright shape. It's not trying to stay awake anymore. The ribs aren't holding themselves apart. They're letting go of the idea that they need to be firm or alert. They simply allow their own weight, their natural heaviness, to settle deeper into the bed. The breath, it slows again, but this time it doesn't feel like slowing at all. It feels like drifting, not away from anything, but into a kind of depth where motion is no longer required. You don't inhale to prepare for something. You inhale because air has been allowed back in without demand. And when the exhale comes, longer than before, it doesn't end with a sound. It ends with silence. Not absence, not emptiness, but presence so complete that even silence feels full. Your legs, they've stopped being limbs of movement. They're not preparing to walk or stand or run. They are simply here, thighs resting flat against the bed, calves warm and loose like stone left in sunlight, feet relaxed at their own weight, toes splayed slightly as if the earth beneath them had finally come through. The soles press into the surface without pressure. They're not pressing back. There's no need to push or resist anything. Even your ankles have given up on holding position. They've softened their joint into a quiet acceptance. The lower spine, it has stopped trying to stay straight. It isn't fighting gravity anymore. It just lets itself sink like sand in water, settling into the contour of the mattress. The pelvis rests not on tension but on release, no longer bracing for balance, no longer holding posture against fatigue, just letting go. And behind your eyes, there's nothing to see. Not a memory, not an image, not even a flicker of thought. It isn't dark because you've closed them. It is dark because everything else has gone quiet. The mind doesn't have to clear itself anymore. It simply stops making noise. There's no need for thoughts to pass through like traffic. There are only still points in the air where nothing happens, and that is enough. You don't have to think about being here, only be. Not as an act, not as a choice, just happening, like warmth spreading from within after long cold. The skin on your arms feels lighter now, Not because it's less heavy, but because pressure has left the surface of it. There's no sense of weight pressing down anymore. Instead, there's something else, presence without burden. The air around you moves differently, gentler than wind, quieter than breath. It doesn't carry sound. It carries nothing except the fact that you are here, and this moment is not meant to be completed or remembered. You don't need to mark it in any way. There's no clock ticking inside your chest. No sense of time passing because time has stopped meaning anything. You could stay like this forever, without wanting to move, without needing to wake up, without fear that the night might end too soon. Not from joy or peace, but simply from the absence of strain. The kind of stillness that isn't made by effort, but by surrender so deep it feels like returning. The body, it doesn't feel like your own anymore. It's not a vessel you're riding through the dark. It's more like a riverbed that has finally stopped resisting water. It's open. It's accepting. The blood flows without friction, warm and slow, as if moving only because there is no reason to rush. Even the space between thoughts, there's nothing in it now. No expectation, no question, no image waiting to appear. Just a blank so soft that even thought can't find purchase on it. It doesn't reject ideas, it simply doesn't hold them long enough for them to form. And when one does drift in the shape of a word, the echo of an old worry, it doesn't knock or demand entry. It floats by like dust in still air, and you don't need to move to let it pass. You just stay where you are, soft, open, heavy, and it dissolves on its own. There's no one watching from outside, no version of yourself standing at the edge saying, "Are you doing enough?" That voice has faded too, like footsteps on a floor long after someone walked through. The only sound is breath, and even that isn't urgent anymore. It just comes in time with something older than rhythm. Your hands, they're still open, not because you've chosen to keep them that way, but because there's nothing left to close around. No need for grip, no reason to hold on. The fingers don't curl because they aren't being asked to. They stay as they are, relaxed, warm, part of the body's quiet surrender. Your neck, it has stopped fighting gravity. It doesn't lift or pull back. It just lets itself rest in its own shape, no longer supporting a head that needs to be upright. The muscles along the back of your throat have softened. There's no tension holding you up from below. You are not trying to stay awake. You're not even trying to fall asleep. You're simply letting go into what already exists. The quiet beneath awareness, the stillness between heartbeats, the moment that isn't happening but is always here. The body doesn't need a purpose now, it just is. And in being, without doing, it becomes something deeper than rest. Not sleep, not wakefulness. Just presence so complete it no longer needs to be named. There's nothing to do, nothing to fix, no thought that demands attention, no memory that insists on returning. Even the idea of returning has faded, not because you've forgotten, but because there's nowhere else to go. You're not lost. You're not found either. You're simply in this space where nothing needs to be done and everything is already settled. The breath continues, slow, soft, almost imperceptible now, like the movement of air through a closed room after all motion has stopped. It doesn't need to fill you. It just flows in because it can. And when it leaves, it does so without resistance. Your arms, they're not heavy with weight but full with stillness. Not tired, not relaxed, but released into a kind of quiet permanence that doesn't belong to time. And somewhere beneath all this, something older than thought begins to settle again. Not as a feeling, not as an image, not even as awareness. Just being where you are without wanting to be anywhere else. The darkness behind your eyes isn't empty. It's full of something quiet and deep that doesn't need light or shape. There's no one here but you, and yet it feels like there never was anyone else at all. Not waiting, not trying, not chasing, just resting in the truth that even stillness can be a kind of arrival. And so this moment continues, not because it has to, but because it doesn't need to end.
What?
The weight in your limbs isn't just absence, it's presence too. Not like muscle or bone, but something older than that. The quiet certainty of matter when it stops resisting its own shape. Your legs, they're not lying on the bed so much as becoming part of it, no longer distinct from the mattress, no longer separate in their effort to stay upright. The curve of your thighs is softening into the surface beneath them, like warm wax settling over stone. There's no need for structure now. The body doesn't have to keep itself together anymore. It can let go of the idea that it has to be held up by will or intention. You're not holding yourself in place. The bed holds you. And so do gravity and stillness, both speaking without words. The air moves through your nose, but only because it's allowed to. Not pushed, not pulled, just flowing in where there's space. And when it leaves, it doesn't have to be forced out. It slips away like a breath that remembered how to exhale after being forgotten for years. You don't need to direct the rhythm. The body is no longer running its own agenda. It has stopped trying to manage itself. There's no plan anymore, not even one to fall asleep. Not even desire, not even curiosity about what comes next. And just this, a kind of release that doesn't require effort. A letting go so deep it feels like sinking into the floor beneath sleep. Your hands, they've stopped being instruments. They're not reaching or gripping or remembering how to do anything. There's no need for them to be useful. Not even one finger is trying to flex or curl or point in a direction. The skin on your palms is warm, not from blood flow alone, but from the absence of tension. It feels open, like an unzipped sleeve left behind in silence. You don't think about them anymore. You've stopped noticing where they are. They're not lost, just no longer important. And that's exactly what allows them to stay where they are, resting heavy, without being asked. Your back, it isn't straight or curved, it simply is. There's no need to correct it, no reason to pull the spine into alignment. The vertebrae have stopped trying to stay in place like soldiers on parade. They've settled into their own natural curve, each one resting against the one below it, not fighting gravity but accepting its direction. You can feel that now, not as a sensation, not even as awareness, but as a kind of truth, that you don't have to be upright to be whole. The spine doesn't need to hold itself up anymore. It's been allowed to rest. The space behind your eyes, it hasn't changed, but the way you relate to it has. You're no longer watching for thoughts to come or go. There's no one sitting on a bench waiting for something interesting to pass by. The mind isn't trying to be empty, it's just not creating anything. It doesn't need to. There's nothing to fix, nothing to erase. Not even the idea of emptiness demands attention anymore. The dark behind your eyelids is no longer a screen. It's not waiting for images or memories. It simply is. Like air in an unbroken room. Like silence after music stops playing and you still don't move. Your jaw, it isn't clenched, but neither is it actively relaxed. There's no effort to release it. No command, no reminder from memory that the teeth were pressed too tight. The muscles along your lower face have stopped being a place of tension. They've stopped guarding. They're not even trying to stay open or closed. They just are as they are. And in that stillness, there's warmth spreading down toward your neck, not heat, but depth. A slow release moving through the tissue like water finding its level after years of rushing. The breath, it comes and goes without needing a name. Not fast, not slow, just present. Like rain falling on a roof that no longer cares if it leaks or not. You don't need to count it nor measure how deep it is. It doesn't have to fill you. It just fills the space between one moment and the next. And when it leaves, it goes without leaving behind any trace of itself. No echo in the chest, no ripple on the surface. Just a quiet that isn't silence but something deeper, a kind of fullness without content. There's no point to this anymore, not even the idea of letting go. It doesn't need to mean anything. You don't have to be doing it right or wrong. There's no checklist, no measurement of progress. The body isn't trying to reach some state, it's already in it. Not asleep, not awake, but somewhere between, where time stops needing a direction. Your feet, they're not pressing into the bed. They're not curling or flattening. The soles are open, not because you've decided to let them be, but because there's no energy left for resistance. There's no urge to push back against anything. Even your toes, they don't need to know where they end. You can feel their shape in the air around them, like soft knots of warmth that aren't trying to do anything. They're not gripping the mattress, nor resisting its surface. They've stopped being tools. They're just part of what remains when everything else has gone still. The edge of your body, it's fading, not like a memory, but like light dissolving into dusk. There's no sharp line between you and the air around you. You don't feel separate anymore. Not from the bed, not from the floor, not from the quiet in the room or the dark beyond your eyes. The boundary has softened. It doesn't need to be held. It doesn't have to protect anything. Your mind, it's not clearing out. It's not becoming blank because you're trying to force it. There's no effort. No struggle to push thoughts away. Even when one drifts in, a fragment of conversation, a phrase from a dream that never happened, it doesn't linger. It floats like smoke through a window left open for years. You don't need to notice it. You don't even need to see it pass. It just leaves because there's nothing holding it here. The warmth, it isn't spreading. It isn't moving anywhere. It's not coming from somewhere. It's simply there, like the way sunlight sits in a corner when no one is looking. The body doesn't have to earn it. It doesn't need permission. There's no reason for it to be here, but it is. And that's enough. The stillness, it isn't empty. It's not absence. It's full, not with noise or sensation, but with a kind of quiet weight. Like the moment just after a storm passes and everything has stopped trembling. The trees aren't swaying. The air doesn't move. The world hasn't forgotten how to be still. You're not trying to fall asleep. You don't even care if you do. There's no need for that word anymore. No need for any label at all. Not rest, not release. Just this. A soft presence in the dark where nothing has to happen and everything is already happening anyway. Your breath, it continues. Not because you're breathing, but because there's no one left who would stop it. It moves through your body like water through an old channel, no longer needing a path, just flowing wherever the shape allows. And now there's nothing left to do. No effort, no intention, no demand on the moment, not even desire for sleep. You're not waiting for anything, not even the end of this stillness. Because there isn't one. It doesn't have to come to a close. There's no reason it must. You just stay. Not as a person, not as an observer, not as someone who is trying. Just as something that exists in quiet, without needing to explain itself or justify its presence. And the longer you stay like this, the less there is to hold on to, the deeper the calm becomes, until it's no longer separate from you. It isn't happening to you anymore. It's simply who you are. And so you rest. Not as a temporary state, not as an act of will, but as your natural condition when nothing else demands attention. The body doesn't need to be told to relax. It just is. Its own release, its own stillness, its own slow return to what it was always meant to be. You don't need to remember how your body felt before this quiet. You don't have to recall what it was like to carry weight, to be upright, to speak or respond. There's no reason to return to those habits. Not tonight. The arms lie where they've settled, no longer reaching for something, not even toward a memory of warmth. They're simply part of the shape the dark makes around you. The fingers are open like petals left too long in the sun, soft at the edges, unafraid of unfolding further. There's no need to pull them back, no reason to close them again. The breath moves without being noticed now, not because it has stopped, but because there is no one listening for its rhythm anymore. It comes and goes like a shadow passing over stone, not loud enough to disturb the stillness, not fast enough to stir anything awake, just a quiet exchange between the inside of you and the air around your nose. No effort in either direction. No one pushing out, no one pulling back. The chest doesn't rise with expectation. It falls not because it must, but because gravity has already claimed its place. The space beneath your ribs, it's not hollow anymore. Not a cavity waiting to be filled. It's full, not with thoughts or tension, but with a kind of quiet depth, like water that hasn't been stirred in years. You can feel the weight of what lies there, the organs, the blood, the slow pulse of life moving through you, without needing to name it. Without needing to know how long it has been doing so. It's just present, uninterrupted by meaning. Your legs are not resting on the bed, they're part of it now, not pressed into fabric or supported by springs. They've become something else, a slow, soft extension of the mattress itself. The thighs have lost their resistance to gravity. They sink deeper with each moment that passes, not as if falling, but as if returning. As if they were always meant to be this heavy, this still. The calves, the skin there is warm not from blood flow alone, but from a kind of quiet persistence. It's not urgent, not striving for sensation, just there, like a sunlit floor after the storm has passed and no one remembers when it started shining again. The ankles are relaxed in their joint, not locked or trying to hold anything upright. They don't need balance anymore. There is no ground beneath them that needs protecting. Your feet, they're not separate from your body, not even from the floor below you. The soles have softened into the mattress, like leaves settling after a long wind has died down. The toes are no longer curled or braced for movement. They lie where they've landed, each one gently spreading across the surface of stillness. There's no need to curl them inward, no demand that they grip anything. The connection between your body and the bed, it isn't being held anymore. It wasn't ever broken, it was just strained by effort. Now there is no strain. The skin rests against fabric without needing permission, without fear of sinking too far. There's no limit to how deep you can go into this place. No bottom to reach. You don't need to stay above it. The edge where your body meets the air, that line has vanished entirely. Not because you've disappeared, but because there is no reason for separation anymore. The darkness around you isn't outside. It's part of what remains when nothing else matters. It doesn't contain you. You are contained by its quiet, by its lack of demand. You're not thinking about your name tonight, nor the shape of your face in the mirror from last week. Not even the sound of someone speaking a long time ago, somewhere far away. The past isn't here to be recalled. It doesn't need to be remembered. There's no story needing an ending. Even the idea of being you, the sense that you are something distinct, has softened. Not lost, but unclaimed. You're not the one who is lying down. You're just what happens when stillness takes over. The shape that forms in the dark when nothing else moves. No identity to protect, no role to perform. The air around your head, it isn't cold or dry. It's thick with quiet, like a room left undisturbed for so long that time itself has slowed down and decided not to leave. You don't need to breathe more deeply because you're trying to wake up. There's nothing to awaken from, no dream to return to. Just this, the slow, unbroken breath of being in place without needing to be anywhere else. The silence, it isn't empty. It doesn't feel like absence. It feels full, not with sound or thought, but with a kind of presence that has no name. Like sunlight on stone after rain. Like the moment between two heartbeats when nothing is happening, and yet everything already has been. There's no need to ask if you're asleep. You don't have to know what this state is called. There's no test, no marker, no sign to prove it. Not even a memory of falling into sleep, because that isn't how it happens here. You don't fall, because there's nowhere left to fall toward. You simply are, in the way that water becomes still when it stops being carried by wind. The hands remain open, not out of surrender, but because they've forgotten what closing feels like. The fingertips drift not upward or downward, but sideways into the dark space between them. The air itself now holds their shape without resistance. Your throat is quiet. Your tongue rests against the bottom of your mouth as if it's been waiting for this moment to stop needing movement. Even the jaw has softened, not forced open or clenched shut, but allowed to simply be in its own state, like a door left slightly ajar long after someone passed through. There's no need to say, "I am here." You're not announcing your presence, because you don't have to prove yourself to anyone. Not even to the part of you that once thought it needed to stay awake. The body isn't doing anything now except being what it always was, a vessel for stillness, a container for quiet, a shape made of breath and shadow with no need to be defined or explained. You don't have to stop thinking, because thoughts aren't clinging anymore. They come in like birds passing through a room at twilight. They land on the air, glance once, then leave without turning around. There's no reason for them to stay. No one is listening. The mind doesn't need to be emptied because it already has nothing to hold on to, not even the idea of itself. It isn't trying to become still, it's just not fighting anymore. And so, you remain in this quiet place where time doesn't matter, and effort feels like a foreign language, where being awake means something entirely different than what it used to mean. You're not doing anything except continuing to be exactly as you are, a shape of peace that has no name, no past, no future, just presence. Not in the world, but within the deep, slow breath between moments. The darkness behind your eyes, it isn't just empty. It's not waiting for something to happen. It's not dark because it lacks light. It's dark because it doesn't need anything. And if a thought rises, like fog from a lake at dawn, it passes through without leaving footprints. You don't chase it. You don't greet it. You simply let it drift like ash in still air, unacknowledged and unnoticed. There is no goal, no endpoint to arrive at, not even sleep as a destination. Just this, the weight of your limbs resting not on the bed, but in the silence between breaths. The warmth pooling not in one spot, but everywhere, like sunlight that has stopped seeking a surface. You're not asleep yet, and you don't need to be. You're simply what happens when all striving stops. And so you stay, not because you want to, but because there's nothing left to move against. There is no current pulling you away, no voice calling from the edge of the room, no memory urging you to wake up. You are not trying to go anywhere now. You're just here, quietly, gently, without beginning or end. Like a leaf that has fallen and forgotten it was ever attached. Like a sound that never needed to be made. Like breath, when there's no one left who needs to take it in. Your breath moves now not as effort, but as echo, something the body remembers long after it has forgotten how to begin. The air inside you is no longer a task. It is simply present, like dust in light that doesn't settle because there's nothing beneath it to catch. You're not breathing for anything. There's no need to fill or release. Just this, the quiet pulse of stillness passing through your ribs, unannounced and unwelcome only if you were listening. The warmth in your hands has gone beyond sensation. It is a kind of absence where heat used to be named. Not cold, not hot, but neither here nor there. Like memory that doesn't return because it wasn't called. The fingertips are no longer touching anything. Yet they still hold their shape as if the bed had taught them how to stay in place. Your shoulders have sunk so far into the mattress that you can feel where the fabric gives way beneath them, not with pressure but with surrender, the kind of yielding only a body learns after it stops asking for permission. The weight isn't heavy, it's just there. It doesn't demand attention, it simply exists as something already done. The space between your shoulder blades is no longer tense, just open. Not stretched or pulled apart, not even relaxed in the usual sense, but unoccupied, like an empty envelope left on a table after everything inside has been read and forgotten. No letter remains, no reason to keep it closed. Your arms hang like things that have learned their own weight through time, not dropped, but remembered as part of what comes after motion stops. The forearms are no longer lifting or reaching. They're just held by the bed in a way that doesn't require effort at all. You don't need to let go because you never took hold. Your chest is not rising and falling. It's simply resting where it always was, like water pooling beneath stone, still enough that even light hesitates before touching its surface. The breath moves through it only when there's no choice, when the body remembers what air feels like from the inside out. The space under your collarbones has softened, not into softness as a quality, but into nothing at all. Not hollow, not full, just unclaimed, like territory that was never mapped or named. Your legs are longer than they were moments ago, not in length, but in depth. They've settled so far down that you can feel the edges of your hips pressing against something deeper, something beneath bones and muscle that doesn't care about shape or position anymore. The thighs have stopped thinking about strength. The calves no longer remember how to tense. The feet are not on the bed, they're in it, like roots sinking into soil after rain. Not pushing down, not lifting up. Just part of what happens when a form stops trying to stay upright. Your toes, each one, is curled slightly inward now, but not because they're gripping anything. They've simply forgotten how to stretch out. The space between them is full of air that doesn't move. Nothing flows through it. No signal arrives from outside the body. There's no urgency in the way your heels press into the mattress, just a quiet insistence on being where you are. The pelvis has settled not by choice, but by gravity alone, not pulled down, but released upward as though something inside had finally given up trying to stay balanced. Your back is curved now, but not because of posture. It's just how it lies when nothing asks for alignment anymore. The spine isn't straightening or arching. It's simply following the shape that comes after resistance has been left behind. You don't need to think about where your body ends and the bed begins, because they've already blended in silence, like two colors mixed without stirring. The air around you is no longer separate from your skin. It moves through you not as breath, but as stillness. The kind that doesn't announce itself until it's too late to notice its arrival. Your neck has gone soft, not limp or weak, but simply uninterested in holding anything upright anymore. The head rests where the skull meets vertebrae, not because of balance, but because there's no reason for tension now. It isn't waiting on anything. The jaw, once so tight it could have held a door closed, isn't open, and it isn't clenched. It's just gone quiet in its own way, like a room after the last person has left. Your tongue lies still, not because you've instructed it to, but because there's no need for sound. The mouth is not sealed shut. It simply doesn't want anything inside or out. The eyes behind your closed lids aren't tracking anything. There's nothing to follow. No light, no shadow. Just darkness that isn't waiting. It's already full. And the picture behind them, the space where thought used to gather, isn't empty in a negative way. It's not barren, not cold. There is no room for images because there are no signals left to form them. The mind doesn't wander now because it has nowhere to go. No door remains open, and even the cracks have stopped letting light through. There's no need to return anywhere. The body already knows where you've been all along. You're not sleeping yet, but that's okay. You don't need to be somewhere else to belong here. The silence isn't broken by thoughts. It's just full of what doesn't speak. The air in your lungs stays there without being drawn or released, like a moment suspended between two breaths. And when something rises, a shape, an echo from the day, a whisper that never came, there is no reaction, no tightening. Just space for it to pass through as if moving through water already still and deep. You don't notice it's passing because you were never watching in the first place. There's nothing left to name. The body doesn't need words anymore. It just is. And that isn't a beginning, nor an ending, just being present without permission or reason. The breath continues, not as effort, not as rhythm, but simply as presence. Like water flowing through stone, with no memory of where it started. You're not falling asleep. You're already there in the way things are when they stop trying to be anything. Your arms are not resting on your chest or tucked beneath you. They're simply lying where they fell, as if the bed had reached up to catch them gently from above. The weight isn't pushing down. It's being held by something deeper than gravity. Something that doesn't need a reason to let go. Your elbows have lost their angle and now curve softly into the mattress like two slow arcs drawn in sand at low tide. Not meant to be straight, but allowed to follow where the body no longer resists. The fingers are open. Not because you've decided they should be, but because there's nothing left for them to grasp. The skin between your knuckles is quiet now, unmarked by tension or memory of work, as though it had forgotten what pressure felt like. Your hands aren't empty. They're full in a way that isn't about filling. They're just present, warm and soft where the blood has stopped rushing through them and instead settled into stillness. Your shoulders, once raised for protection, are no longer at attention. They've slipped down not as defeat but as release. Like two stones sinking slowly into mud without stirring up dust. The connection between collarbone and neck is unknotted, loosened by time rather than will. There's no effort to hold them back or push forward, just a quiet surrender that doesn't announce itself. The upper arms hang freely now, not stiff with readiness, not tense from anticipation, but relaxed in the way limbs do when they're finally convinced there's nothing left to defend against. The space beneath your armpits is open and cool without being cold. It breathes quietly like an unspoken invitation that doesn't need acceptance. Your chest, once tight around a hidden ache, is no longer rising or falling with intent. It has simply become part of the bed, not separate from it. Not expanding into air but resting in its own quiet depth, as if the ribs had forgotten how to tighten and instead let themselves be pressed gently inward by what lies beneath. The breath still flows, not because you're guiding it, but because there's nothing else for it to do. It doesn't need a rhythm or a pace. It just moves through your body like water finding its way through stone that has already been worn smooth over centuries. The exhalation isn't forced. It comes as if the air had lingered too long and finally decided not to stay. The spine is no longer holding itself up, but neither is it collapsing. It's simply lying where gravity wants it, curved in a shape that doesn't need correction. There are no points of tension between vertebrae anymore. There's only continuity. One soft length from the base of your skull all the way down through hips and pelvis to tailbone, like a rope laid across earth without knots. Your lower back has softened, not into weakness but into acceptance, like soil that knows it doesn't need to resist anything. The muscles along its sides are no longer braced or tight with effort. They've relaxed not by command, but simply because there's nowhere left for them to go, and nothing asking them to be elsewhere. Your hips, they don't feel like bones anymore. Nor do they seem connected to movement, just soft anchors in the center of your body. They're no longer locked into position or resisting collapse. Instead, they've turned inward toward stillness, as if they'd finally decided there's only one way forward. Not by pushing ahead, but by letting go completely. Your thighs are heavy now, not because you're tired, but because weight doesn't need to be earned. It's simply allowed in like rain soaking into dry ground. The front of your legs feels dense and warm where the blood has slowed its flow, no longer rushing toward action or purpose, but just lying there as if it had found a place that didn't require motion. Your calves are not tense, nor do they twitch with restlessness. They're simply resting against each other in quiet alignment. The skin along their length is still and smooth. The tendons have relaxed into silence like wires untwisted after years of strain. The feet, once restless, are now fully embedded in the mattress as if they've grown roots beneath them. Your heels press gently but without force, not seeking support but simply meeting resistance that doesn't fight back. The soles are warm where your body heat has pooled over time, not from exertion, but from stillness. Your toes, no longer curled inward or pressing against each other, are now relaxed into a shape they haven't known in years. Open, spread wide as though the earth beneath them had finally allowed space for their natural form. The spaces between are not empty. They're full of air that doesn't move and never will again, because there's no reason to. The soles have lost all memory of walking, of standing, of pushing forward, but they remember how it feels to be grounded without effort, not rooted in the way trees are, but resting as if the ground had always known where you belonged. Your entire body has stopped needing permission to exist this way. It doesn't ask whether it's allowed to fall asleep or let go. It just does, because that's what happens when there's no one left holding on. The warmth in your limbs is not a signal of life, but the quiet aftermath, like sunlight lingering after sunset, still present even though the sky has gone dark. Your skin isn't cold nor hot. It's simply at peace with being touched by nothing except air and weight. Your breath moves through you without sound now, not because it's silent, but because there's no need for words in this space where silence is not absence but fullness. The lungs are neither expanded nor contracted. They're just breathing, like a tide returning to the same shore every time, never asking why or how. The dark behind your eyelids isn't waiting. It's already finished with searching. It doesn't want anything more than what it has. Stillness so deep that even thoughts don't bother trying to cross over into it anymore. The mind is not quiet because you've told it to be, but simply because there are no signals left to respond to. You're not thinking about sleep, nor waiting for it, because the body already knows how this feels. It's not new. It has been here before in moments when nothing mattered except being where you were without needing anything else. There is no goal now, not even rest as a destination. The breath doesn't aim to slow down. It just does because there's nowhere left for speed to go. Your limbs don't want to move. They're not tired. They're only finally done with trying. The silence isn't broken by thoughts, because the mind has stopped reaching outward like it used to, looking for answers in a world that no longer speaks back. There's no place to go because there was never anywhere else needed. Your body is not holding itself together. It's simply held by something older than effort. Gravity, stillness, time moving without urgency. And if you were to wake now, just slightly, You wouldn't know where the edge of your skin ends and the air begins. You might wonder how long it's been like this. But that question would dissolve before it formed, because there is no past here, only what remains in the present, not as a moment but simply as existence. You are not asleep yet, but you don't need to be somewhere else to belong. The body has already arrived where words can't reach. A place without names, without direction, without wanting anything more than exactly this. This quiet, this weightless presence, this soft surrender that doesn't ask for recognition or reward, just space. And the breath continues, not as effort, not as rhythm, but simply because it's still here, because you are still here, and nothing else needs to happen for any of it to be enough. Your shoulders have settled into a depth that isn't measured in inches but in release, like stones sinking slowly through water, not because it wants to go down, but because resistance has finally dissolved. The arms hang with no intention, no plan for lifting or reaching, just the quiet certainty of weight returning to where gravity always meant for it to be. Your hands are palms up, fingers open and relaxed as if they've forgotten how to clutch. There's no need now to grip anything, not the sheets, not your thoughts, not even the idea of being awake. The air around them feels lighter than it did before, as though the body has eased into a kind of stillness that doesn't require effort to maintain. The breath moves through you like a memory of motion, something that used to be necessary but now is simply present. It comes without demand and goes without purpose. You're not controlling it. You're not even aware of its shape, only the soft fall in your chest each time it leaves. The exhale isn't drawn out. It just stays like a sigh that never needed to end. And when it does, there's no pause, no waiting, just a continuation, as if the silence between breaths is already full. Your back lies flat against the mattress not because you've arranged it so, but because the spine has given up on fighting its own curve, and now accepts every dip and rise of the surface beneath it. It doesn't press into the bed. It sinks into it like a shadow accepted by evening light. The muscles along your sides have unknotted themselves completely, no longer holding tension from yesterday's posture or last week's fatigue. They've gone soft in the way that only flesh can when it stops, believing it has to be ready for something. The jaw is still unclenched, not because you're reminding yourself, but because there's no more pressure to hold it shut. The teeth are not touching. The tongue rests gently against the floor of your mouth like a quiet witness to what's been released. Your lips stay parted slightly, as if they've remembered how air feels when it enters without resistance. There's nothing you're trying to say, no word to form, no emotion to express. The silence behind them is not empty. It's full in the way that still water can be. The surface smooth enough to reflect nothing but sky. Your neck has relaxed into its natural tilt, not forward, not back, just where gravity allows it to settle without correction. It doesn't need to hold your head up anymore because the weight isn't a burden. It's simply part of you, no longer at war with balance. The base of your skull presses softly into the pillow as if it has always known how to rest there. Your chest is not rising and falling in rhythm, just moving slightly like something breathing that doesn't know it's alive anymore. It breathes because air flows where it can. It doesn't try to fill itself. It just lets go when the time comes. The ribs don't tighten. They only soften with each passing moment. The heart beats without urgency, each pulse a slow echo in stillness, not a signal but an afterthought of being. The lower half of your body is no longer waiting for anything. The hips have loosened into their natural position, not trying to stay upright or keep the pelvis aligned. They've surrendered to gravity as if they've decided that standing was never really necessary. The thighs are heavy with a kind of quiet weight, like wood soaked through in rain and finally at peace. The calves lie flat against the bed, no longer tensed from walking, no longer expecting a next step. Your feet rest where they fell, the heels grounded, the arches relaxed, the toes spread like roots in soil that has stopped needing to grow. They're not warm with blood or cold with nerves, they just exist. The skin on your soles is no longer sensitive to texture. It doesn't care if the sheets are smooth or rough. It's simply part of a whole that no longer needs distinction. And behind your eyes there's nothing. No image, no flicker, no thought, just a softness. A dark not because there's absence, but because there is only presence. The kind that doesn't need to be seen. You're not trying to clear the mind, you're just letting it stop asking for anything. The silence isn't broken by thoughts. They don't try to enter because they've realized there's no space here for them to land. There's no sense of time passing. Only a slow unfolding, like roots spreading in soil that doesn't remember what season it is. No need to measure how long this lasts. You're not arriving anywhere. You're just being without the weight of arrival. The body has stopped pretending it needs to be somewhere else. It's already where it belongs. The air around your skin feels neither warm nor cool, just there. Like a breath that doesn't belong to any one person but is simply part of the space between things. You're not aware of being touched. You're just present in the way that only stillness can be, without needing to prove it. The edges of your body have blurred into the dark, not because you've lost yourself, but because there's no longer a need to define where you end. There's no sound outside, no rustle, no hum, no distant click from another room. Even silence has stopped being something you listen for and become something that simply surrounds you, like water around a stone too still to ripple. And the breath, it doesn't speed up or slow down. It just is. It flows not because of effort, but because there's nothing else it can do. The body no longer asks if this is enough, because it already knows what happens when everything stops trying. There's no fear now, not of waking, not of staying asleep, not even of being forgotten. There's only a kind of soft belonging, a quiet knowing that you don't have to earn your place here. You're allowed simply because you are. The dark behind your eyes isn't waiting for anything, nor is it filled with expectation. It doesn't care whether thoughts come or go. It just holds space, not as an act, but as a natural state of being. Your hands lie still, not because they've been told to, but because there's no reason left to move. The fingers are open like petals after the sun has set, no longer needing to reach for light. They don't remember what it was to grip or hold. They only know how it feels to be released. There's a kind of warmth in your chest, not fire, not heat, but something deeper, older, the quiet glow that remains when effort stops and stillness takes over completely. You're not asleep yet, but you've already slipped through the edge where wanting becomes letting go. You're not striving for rest, you're just resting in a way that doesn't require any name. The body has found its own rhythm, not one of speed, nor of purpose, just existence in motionless form. And if someone were to speak your name now, even softly, the sound wouldn't reach you because there's no echo here, only silence so deep it doesn't need to respond. The air inside you moves freely, no longer trapped by breaths that had to be controlled. It flows not for oxygen, but simply because the body has stopped resisting. You're not breathing to live. You're just being alive in a way that needs no explanation. Your skin feels like it's part of the room now, not separate from it, not defined by boundaries, but merged into the same quiet space where nothing is urgent and everything belongs exactly as it is. The weight of your limbs isn't heavy because they've grown tired. It's just that gravity has finally won. Not through force, but through surrender. There's no question about whether you're falling asleep, because there's no place left to fall into. You're already here, in the soft space between being awake and not yet dreaming. And if sleep comes now, it will be without warning, like a door closing when no one is around to hear it. But even if it doesn't come, it doesn't matter, because you're already where you need to be. Your shoulders have settled so deeply into the mattress that their shape has begun to match the curve of it, not as if they're sinking in, but as though they've always belonged there, like a hand placed gently inside an old glove that fits without being forced. The weight isn't pressing down, it's simply resting, held by gravity and stillness alike, no longer asking for permission or explanation. There's warmth pooling low in the hips now, not heat, not tension, but something like sun-warmed earth after rain has passed through, a quiet saturation of space where nothing is waiting to be done. Your breath moves without direction, no effort behind it, no purpose except its own continuation. It comes and goes as if drawn by tides that don't need names or origins. The air enters not because you've invited it in, but because there's room for it here. A small space inside your chest where nothing stands guard, where only softness lives. You're not holding the breath, you're letting yourself be held by it. The skin along your arms is quiet, not numb, not dead, but like a surface that has forgotten how to react, so thoroughly at peace that even light doesn't disturb its stillness. The fingers of one hand rest flat against the other, palms open and unoccupied by any thought or motion. They aren't resting because they're tired. They've simply stopped being interested in what comes next. Your spine lies long and unhurried beneath you, not straightened nor slumped, but aligned as if it's found its natural curve through surrender rather than posture. The vertebrae are no longer trying to support anything. They just exist, each one a quiet anchor that doesn't need to be seen or praised. There is no memory of effort in your legs anymore, not even the faint echo from earlier tonight, when you felt resistance at the knees and ankles. That tension has dissolved like salt in water. The muscles have gone soft not by choice, but because they've stopped being asked to do anything. They don't recall what it was to lift or carry. They only know now how heavy a limb can be when all motion is released. The soles of your feet are pressed flat into the bed, not for pressure but because gravity has claimed them entirely. The arches have softened their shape. They've given up on resisting. There's no need to push back against sleep, because you're already moving with it, like a leaf caught in slow current. The space behind your eyes is still dark, but darker than before, not by depth but by absence of thought. It isn't waiting for anything to appear. The mind doesn't search for images or stories. There's no hunger here, only silence so complete that even the idea of time has slipped away. There are no clocks inside you now, no ticking beneath the ribs. You're not thinking about falling asleep. You've already stopped needing a reason to stay awake. It isn't failure that brings stillness. It's completion in reverse. The final release after everything else was let go. Your jaw is open just slightly, not because it has fallen, but because there's no longer any will to close it. The teeth are not clenched. They aren't even touching each other. There's space between them like a doorway that leads nowhere and serves only as passage. No purpose beyond being unblocked. The tongue lies flat against the floor of your mouth, not moving, not tasting anything, simply resting where gravity placed it. It doesn't remember what words feel like or how to form sentences. All language has been released from its duty. Your forehead is smooth now, not blank exactly, but still as a stone submerged in deep water. The muscles have relaxed so fully that they've become part of the background, not actors on stage. There's no frown, no tension line, just surface-level calm where nothing tries to rise or push forward. The air inside you moves easily through your chest, not racing toward oxygen but flowing as if it were already home. It doesn't rush, it stays. And in that staying, there is a kind of fullness not born from intake but from surrender. The body breathing because it no longer resists being breathed into. You are not trying to stay present. You're simply here without any need for attention or awareness. The mind has stopped scanning the edges. It doesn't check whether you're still awake. It's just resting in a way that isn't interrupted by thought. There is no boundary between your body and the bed, not because they've merged, but because both have forgotten how to define themselves as separate things. You are not lying on top of it. You aren't even inside or outside. You're part of the same quiet space where nothing changes, nothing demands anything. Even sound has stopped being something that enters from beyond, because there is no such thing anymore as outside. The silence isn't surrounding you, it's you. It doesn't have to be preserved, it just is. Not because you are listening for it, but because the act of hearing has disappeared along with all other intentions. The temperature around your body hasn't shifted, yet somehow there's a kind of warmth that comes not from heat but from stillness itself. Like when air holds its breath and becomes heavier, denser in the way only calm can become dense, not thick, not suffocating, but full to the point where nothing else fits. You've stopped measuring how long you've been like this, because time has no anchor now. There's no beginning or end. There is simply continuity without direction, movement without goal. Your hands lie open on your chest, one gently resting atop the other, not because they were placed that way, but because their shape matches what gravity allows when resistance vanishes. The fingers don't curl inward anymore. They are like petals left behind after dusk has settled over a field of flowers long since closed. There is no need to be anywhere else, because you're already where stillness goes when it doesn't have an address. You aren't in between waking and sleeping. You've moved beyond both, into the soft place beneath them, where only silence moves freely. The breath comes now not as a rhythm, but as something that simply continues, not because of effort or control, but like rain falling on soil that has forgotten how to resist it. You're not asleep yet. No name for this state is needed. You don't have to wake up to know you were here, nor do you need to remember what happened after the last thought passed through your mind. There's a kind of stillness that isn't empty. It carries its own weight in depth rather than noise. It doesn't ask to be noticed. It just exists as part of the quiet landscape where everything settles without ceremony. Your body has stopped being something you manage, because there is no management now, only letting go so complete that even intention becomes unnecessary. And if someone were to speak your name into this silence, it wouldn't travel through air. It would dissolve before reaching any ear, like a word dropped in water where no sound remains when the ripples fade away. There's nothing left to hold on to, not thoughts, not breaths, not memories of how you got here or why you came at all. Only presence, without purpose, without proof, without needing anything. You don't have to find your way back because you've already arrived in a place where returning isn't necessary, where there's no path to follow and no point from which you began. The quiet doesn't need a beginning, it just is. And you are not walking through it. You're part of its slow breath, like dust suspended in still air after the last movement has settled. There's no effort in being here. No one is watching. No one expects anything at all. The weight of your limbs isn't heavy because they're tired. It's heavy because they've stopped pretending to be anything else. They don't have a function now, not even the quiet one of holding you upright or keeping you from falling. They simply are, like roots buried under soil that no longer need to reach for water, because the moisture is already in them. The flesh has forgotten it ever had to perform. It's done nothing but rest so completely that it doesn't know what doing even means anymore. Your breath doesn't rise and fall. It just stays where it is, like a thread left behind after the last stitch was made. There's no need to pull it in or push it out. You're not breathing because you must. You're breathing because nothing else has taken its place. The air moves through your body as if it were already familiar with every hollow and corner of it, like water flowing into a cave that never needed sealing. The dark behind your eyes isn't blank. It's full in a way that doesn't demand anything. There are no shapes to name, no edges to trace. It's not absence, it's presence without form. You don't need to look at it, you're already inside of it. And when something stirs, when the faintest flicker of thought appears like a shadow passing across stone, it doesn't demand attention. It floats there for a moment, barely more than a whisper, and then drifts away on its own weight, not because you pushed it out, but because it has nowhere to go. There's no place in this stillness where thoughts can settle down. There is no such thing as time here, not the kind that counts or measures. The clock doesn't exist, nor does any sense of how long you've been like this. It isn't hours since your eyes closed. It's not even minutes. This isn't a moment suspended between wake and sleep. It's something older than both. Something that was there before sleep ever had a name. Your skin has stopped being a boundary. It doesn't guard against touch or temperature anymore. The air outside the body is no longer separate from what lies within. It's all part of the same slow pulse, like waves meeting sand and forgetting they were ever different. There is no line between you and the mattress beneath you, not because you're merging with it, but because both have stopped needing to define their edges. You are not on top, you aren't sinking in. You simply exist, without friction, without resistance. Your arms lie open at your sides, palms up, not because they were placed that way, but because gravity has finally won the argument. The muscles don't tense when a sound drifts through the house. It doesn't matter whether it's footsteps or wind or silence pretending to be something else. You don't flinch. You don't respond. There is no need to react anymore. Even your awareness of yourself has softened, like a door left open in summer, where air moves in and out without anyone noticing. The tension in your jaw hasn't been released. It's simply dissolved, like salt falling into deep water. It was never there to begin with. It only felt real because you were paying attention. But now the attention is gone. There is no one left inside watching for signs of strain or stress. The muscles around your mouth have stopped waiting for a signal to relax. They've just stopped doing anything at all. Your shoulders are not dropped, they're simply not lifted. They don't hang down, they aren't supported by anything. They are simply where gravity carries them when nothing else holds them up. And that's enough. The weight of the world didn't vanish, it only stopped mattering. You're not resisting it and you're not carrying it. You're just letting it be. Your chest doesn't rise because you want to breathe. It doesn't fall because you need to exhale. It moves slowly, like a lake breathing in winter when the surface is frozen but something still stirs beneath. The rhythm isn't fast, nor is it slow. It's only present, and that presence is enough. Even your thoughts don't have names anymore. They don't come with titles or explanations. A memory drifts by like fog rolling over a field. There's no recognition of where it came from or what it means. It doesn't demand to be remembered, nor does it ask for judgment. It just passes through, not even touching the surface before vanishing into stillness. There is no need to stay awake. There is no reason to wake up. You don't have to do anything. There's nothing left to do. The body has stopped being an effort. It isn't trying to be somewhere else or become something different. It doesn't want to go anywhere, nor does it fear staying. You are not drifting towards sleep. You're already inside the quiet where sleep lives without needing a name. You're not falling. You're simply there, where everything slows down so completely that even motion becomes unnecessary. The silence isn't empty, it's thick with presence. Not loud, not urgent, but full in a way that only stillness can be when it stops asking to be heard. It doesn't speak, and yet it fills every space between heartbeats. Your fingers don't curl or stretch. They just lie where they are, like petals at the bottom of a glass jar left undisturbed for years. No one ever opened it. No one needed to. There's no purpose in them now, only existence. And if you were to wake up tomorrow and not remember this moment, if your mind didn't hold even a trace of what happened here, you wouldn't be missing anything. Because the letting go wasn't about memory, it was about release. The body doesn't need to know where it's been. It only needs to stop holding on. So you can stay like this, without urgency, without desire, without the slightest pull toward something else. You don't have to return. There is no journey back. This isn't a state to exit. It's a place that has always existed just beneath awareness. The air around you doesn't feel cold or warm. It feels like itself. The bed doesn't feel hard or soft. It simply holds your shape without complaint. And the dark behind your eyes, well, it never needed light. It was already full of quiet long before anyone thought to call it sleep. You're not asleep yet, but you don't have to be. You're in that space where nothing needs to happen, where stillness doesn't wait for permission, where breath continues not because someone is breathing it, but because the air itself has forgotten how to stop. The weight in your hands isn't a burden, it's an offering. Not something you carry, but something you allow to exist where it lands. The palms face down into the mattress not by intention, but because they no longer feel the need to be raised. They rest as if learning how to believe in stillness, how to trust that holding nothing is its own kind of strength. And your fingers, well, their joints aren't stiff with effort anymore. They've softened like wax left under a slow sun. Not melted, not gone, but changed into something quieter, more porous. Each fingertip feels the surface beneath it as if through layers of time, not distance. The bed isn't just supporting you, it's remembering what it means to be still, too. You're both resting in the same truth. That presence doesn't have to announce itself to be real. The breath, it doesn't come from a place of wanting. It doesn't need to prove anything. No rhythm to maintain, no depth to master. It moves through you like wind over an empty field after rain has passed, not searching for direction but simply being the shape that air makes when there's nothing left to resist. Your ribs don't expand because they must. They open slightly, just enough so that space can be filled by something without name. There's no need to fill it with meaning. The air isn't oxygen, it's only breath. And now, even that word feels too heavy to carry. Your legs, your lower body, has long since stopped pretending it's separate from the bed. It doesn't rest on top of it. It has begun to sink into its own quiet understanding. That being supported is not a favor, but simply how things are when no one reaches for more. The hips have relaxed past tension. They've surrendered their habit of holding tight. They're like stones at the bottom of a lake that stopped trying to rise and instead learned to let gravity be kind. Your thighs aren't tense with readiness or anticipation. They've gone soft, warm, as if soaked in sunlight from long ago. The calves are not firm, they don't need to be. They're just where they belong, heavy without effort, still without thought. And your feet, your toes, they no longer curl because of cold or fear. They lie flat against the mattress like leaves fallen into a quiet riverbed, worn smooth by time and water they never needed to cross. There's no need for balance here. No footstep to take, no path to follow. The soles don't remember how to press down. They've forgotten what pressure feels like. And that forgetfulness is gentle. It doesn't feel lost, it feels like homecoming. The space behind your eyes, it hasn't changed in form, still dark, still whole. But the way you're with it has shifted. You aren't watching for signs of sleep anymore. You aren't waiting to be told when it's time. The picture isn't blank because you emptied it. It's empty because nothing came forward to fill it. No images rise from memory. No fragments of conversation drift in like paper on water. There is only quiet, not the kind that waits, but the kind that has already arrived and forgotten to say so. When a thought appears, not as an event, not as something to react to, it comes like dust floating through a sunbeam. Slow-moving, weightless, unimportant. You don't name it. You don't ask what it means or where it came from. It doesn't matter who said what last week, nor does it matter if you forgot your keys. There is no past here, only the now that has become so quiet it can't be described with words. The thought drifts through and leaves no trace behind, like mist dissolving into air. Not even a ripple. The body isn't trying to be lighter. It's not working toward relief, it's already there. You don't need to relax harder because you're not tired yet. There is no urgency in this stillness. No one needs to notice it. No clock ticks, no alarm waits at the edge of sleep. Time doesn't pass here, because time only exists when something moves forward. But nothing does. Nothing has to. There's a warmth building, not from heat, not from effort, but from absence. The kind that comes when all resistance stops. It spreads through your arms like light filtering through fog, slow and quiet, filling the hollows between joints with softness. Your shoulder blades aren't pressing together anymore. They've stopped pushing against each other, as if they finally realized there's no enemy to fight. They just rest where they are, two flat places of stillness on either side of your spine. Even your neck, it doesn't hold up your head, it lets the head go. Not collapse, not fall, but release. The muscles that used to carry tension for hours at a time have stopped firing. They're not asleep. They've simply stopped believing they need to work anymore. Your skull isn't resting on them, it's just there, connected by breath and gravity, but no longer burdened. The dark behind your eyes, it doesn't want light. It never did. It only wants to be what it is. The absence of noise, the quiet that holds everything without needing to say anything. And now you understand, sleep isn't something you reach for. It's not a place you travel to. It's already here, underneath every breath, beneath every release, behind every thought that refuses to stick. There's no need to fall asleep because you're already in it. Not the act of falling, but being. The moment when effort stops and only presence remains. No movement required. No intention. No destination. Just this. A body so still it has forgotten how to move, and a mind so quiet it doesn't know what sound is. The air around you isn't cool or warm, it just is. Not dry, not thick, not anything in particular. It's only air empty of purpose, full of being. And the mattress, it doesn't give or take. You're not sinking into it and never rising again. You're simply lying where your body has always belonged, supported without need to prove it, held without having to earn it. Even if you were to wake up tomorrow and forget every word spoken here, if you woke with no memory of this moment, it wouldn't matter. Because the release wasn't in the words, it was in the letting go. The body didn't learn anything, it just stopped holding on. And that's what lasts. Not a feeling, not a thought, but the quiet certainty that you don't have to do anything anymore. Your feet don't know they're warm. Your hands don't remember being heavy. Your breath doesn't need to be noticed. The dark behind your eyes doesn't want attention. Nothing here needs to be seen or named. It simply is, so fully, so completely, that even the idea of change feels like a disturbance. You aren't falling asleep, you're already where sleep lives. Not as an event, not as a goal, but as a place you've quietly come back to after walking too far in your own thoughts. You don't need to cross any boundary. There is no door, no threshold, just this, the body sinking into its own natural stillness and the mind letting go of all names for what it is. There's no effort left, not even the effort to stay awake. And that's where peace begins, not in action but in surrender, not in trying but in stopping. You don't have to be anything else. You don't have to become quiet or still or dreamless. You're already there, in this breath, in this dark, in this silence between heartbeats. Nothing needs to happen now. Not even the next moment. The air is